Let me unmute this bad boy. Let me unmute this bad boy. Here we go. Sorry about that. Hopefully my mic is on now. That was a bit awkward. Let's take the overlay off. Let's take this off. Should be presenting right now. There we go. What they got on Twitter right now? What they got on Twitter? Got these bitches still crying over the election. Oh, Lord have mercy, man. Look at this, YG. Watch this right here. This is the funniest part about the election, though, so far. Yo, this is the funniest thing about the election so far. Watch this. Watch this right here. Watch this right here. She didn't even show up at her HQ event. Whether you lose, when you win or lose, you show up and you say something. Soon as she lost, she disappeared. Yo, isn't that funny? She ain't got no more use for y'all ninjas. She said, y'all couldn't get me in. Y'all couldn't get me in. Y'all couldn't get me in. Didn't she have like an interview with Shannon Sharp, calling herself what was they calling her? Auntie Kamala? Bruh. So cringe. So cringe. She didn't even show up to her own HQ event. Oh man, let me take a look at this though. Let me take a look at this. Ooh, some copyrighted music right there. Of course she ain't show up. That's the type of person she is. Things don't go her way, she gone. She was just using y'all. Meanwhile, you had all the mammies, and even including Barry O, trying to talk down on black men for not voting for this and not. I'm like, are y'all kidding me? And by the way, I don't know who's on my channel right now. Who's on? This is why I'm so. I hope you guys tuned in to when I dropped that live stream. I said the Black Republicans Matter live stream. Let me see if I can pull that up for you guys real quickly. And because I didn't get a whole lot of numbers on that, but I felt like that was a very important stream. That was a very important stream for me personally. That was a very important stream. I called it the Black Republicans Matter live stream. And I did this in I forgot what month I did this in. Let me see if I can show you. Oh yeah, right here. So right here, this one right here. So this one right here, when I showed you the interview between Florida Boy Jay and Aaron. So these guys are kind of infamous. They came through the Star Report, DJ Star's channel. And I felt their stream when they had their All Black Republicans Matter stream. They dropped this video in the year 2021 or 2022. If I'm not, I forgot which year it was, but it was very important. That was very important, you know. Like yeah, and Aaron, man, he was spot on. This guy, he was spot on. He said he basically said in 2021 when he dropped that on his on Florida Boy Jay's platform, but he said right here, he said in the year 2022, if you are a black man, you can't there's no way you can be a liberal. There's no way. He said they've drawn a line in the sand. It's like you have to be right leaning after this, you know? And it was proven really. Now you still had it was still a lot of like still obviously the second biggest voting block by demographic were, was black men, right? For Kamala. But still, the last election, Orange Man got, I think, 10% of the votes from black men. Now, this year, he got like 25 or 27%, which is it. That's a significant increase. That's a significant increase. Um, so man, shout out to Florida Boy Jay. Shout out to Aaron to the left. That was that was a very important stream. That was very important. Oh, shout out to Warband members coming in. Shout out to Midnight Sun here. He says that's like inviting people over to come to your stage because Drake will be there, bruh. Yo, let me put it back on here. Kamala, she dead wrong. Do you know? Doesn't she understand the stuff that black women were calling black men for not supporting Kamala? Do you know, like, there's gonna be such a rift in the black community because of this election, and she don't even want to show up. Like, there's gonna be such a huge rift between not even just black men and black women. I'm talking about there's gonna be a rift between men and women eventually, like such because of this election. And here she is hiding after the election results. Coward, pure coward, pure coward. But I expect nothing less. I expect nothing less. Yeah, please, yo. Oh, shout out to Pyro. Shout out to Pyro. But oh yeah, either way, black men were gonna get hate either way. Like, like we were gonna get black men were gonna get the most hate either way. If Kamala won, we were gonna get blamed. If it, no, sorry, yeah, no, if Kamala won, we were gonna get blamed. And now that Orange Man won, Orange Man won. Now they're definitely now you're gonna basically they're gonna blame us, even though that we were black men were still the second highest voting demographic for Kamala. You know, let me see. But it's not like say if Kamala won, we wouldn't have gotten blame. Like people would just be like, why? You know what I mean? But since Orange Man won, then now we're gonna get heat. Black men we're definitely gonna get heat because Orange Man won. Um, Especially if you're a black man and you're living in a specific type of community, you're shot. But yeah, shout out, please check out that live stream I did, the Black Republicans Matter live stream. It was because it wasn't even me talking. It was the men. It was me covering the All Black Republicans Matter video between Aaron and Florida Boy Jay. Two kind of unknown people, but in the YouTube sphere. But I believe that interview that 20 that interview was dropped in 2021 or 2022. I believe that interview was powerful. Or how about this? How about this here? How about this here? Let me bring up the channel. Okay, Black Republicans Matter. Let me bring up like man, F the live stream. F my live stream. Let me see. Florida Boy Jay. So what in the hell? What are we doing? Did they have to take down the interview? Oh no. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. What happened to the full? Hold on for a second, guys. I really hope they didn't. Oh no. There's no way. I'm gonna be so mad if they force Florida Boy J to take it down. That's crazy work. See, because the interview was from 2 years ago. Let me see, man. I'm gonna cry if he had to if he had to take it down. Black Republicans matter. Because I'm seeing like only a 15-minute segment. Oh, never mind. Okay, it's still there. So if you guys get the chance, go on Florida Boy Jay's channel, watch this full interview. All Black Republicans matter. You don't have to watch it off my channel. Go on Florida Boy Jay's channel and watch this hour and 13-minute interview between Florida Boy Jay and Aaron. Florida Boy Jay, this is his channel, but the main star of this particular interview is him interviewing Aaron. So Aaron is the guy. He's the mixed lad with the MAGA hat. He was speaking some real stuff. People might disagree with how he kind of looks at things, but I remember watching this and I'm gonna be honest with you, I was inspired. I'm not even gonna lie. So yeah, this interview was dropped in 2022. I was inspired by this interview. I was very inspired, and I saluted Aaron for his bravery. Because people don't understand, it's not easy being a Black man and being conservative. It's not. It's not. Like, to be an open Black male conservative it's not easy. Like, people have no idea. Now, let me see. But yeah. Oh, so while you guys are here, let me update you on the status. But let me see. Oh, shout out to Doug MPA. He's in the house. Shout out to these guys. Yeah, I'll say this. Yeah, I'm gonna address that too. Midnight Sun said men in general, really. I'm gonna bring up a tweet from Rollo Tomasi that I actually agreed with. one of the few tweets that he put up that I actually got to give him credit for, because I don't think men understand. Like, I'm gonna get into Orange Man winning, but people don't understand. I said this when people were asking me, in the summer, what do you think about the election? Who do you think is gonna win, and blah 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 and all that. I told people, yeah, it's better off for Orange Man to win, but Orange Man winning is basically like putting a bandage on a cancer patient. It's not. I showed you the video. Remember the video I showed you guys recently of Trump even talking about the immigrants. And I told you the immigrants were not going nowhere, right? And I showed you a video of Trump verbatim saying, oh yeah, we're still going to have immigrants. I was just like, oh, okay. I was like, well, I kid you not, he said this. Fox News even covered it. So there's still a lot of the things that we're complaining about. It's still going to happen. It's just, if Orange Man wins, it's just better for America symbolically. If Orange Man wins, it's better for the optics, but we're still dying. Our nation is still dying. So it's good for the optics for now. But all of the stuff that we're going through right now, it's not going to change. It's not going to change. But it's good for the optics now. Let me see. Doug MPA said 80% of Black men voted for Kamala, and no, we are going to get it. Exactly. Because we still were the second highest voting block for Kamala, and we're still going to get hate because she lost. It's very lose-lose. Doug MPA says, I'm glad Orange Man won. I just can't with the left anymore. And, another thing that Black women don't understand, Caucasian women be capping. Like, this is why how do I explain this? This is why I will hear Caucasian men complaining about Caucasian women being on the left, but for the most part, they're still conservative. They're Caucasian women are conveniently liberal, conveniently conservative. if that makes sense, right? So they're so they're feminists when it conveniences them, and then they're traditional when it doesn't convenience and then they're traditional when it conveniences them. So you'll see a lot of liberals or quote unquote liberals or just women in general that don't really claim a political party in public. They will say all the liberal things, say all the right PC things to say, but in private, they vote conservative. And you saw, I don't know, I saw the picture, I saw the numbers. They showed the demographic of voters that voted. Most white women voted for Orange Man. So that's why I always say a lot of Caucasian women, they do a lot of capping because in private they vote different than what they say in public. But the problem with Caucasian women, they're what you call, particularly when you talk about American feminists, they're convenient feminists. They're feminists when it conveniences them, then they're conservative when it conveniences them. You know what I mean? So this is really what my channel is all about, is calling out those people like that. The convenient feminists. Here we go. Water God Zero. I'm not much into politics, but I'm learning. I'm not much into politics, and I'm still learning myself. But to me, this is like, I don't like it. Water God Zero. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I didn't vote. I I stayed home. I did what I usually do, right? But I'm gonna show you a tweet from Rolo Tomasi, which I really should repost it on my on my Instagram, but people might get tight. He said, "Damn it, Chris, why am I getting ads in the middle of your lives?" Oh Lord. My bad. Oh yeah, I stayed home. I stayed home. This is what and also this is what I don't get. All right. So when I was in college, right, they would always I had the same stance. I'd be like, there's nothing really for me here. I just think voting only really matters for like you, like locally, like who you vote for, like for your judges, your sheriffs, right? I feel like those things matter, but even with those people are bought off. In my town specifically, there's a mayor or somebody in the office. We know him. We know what kind of person he is. But we know he's financed by the right people locally. You know, so if that's locally, and when you know these people, and you're still seeing the charade, I don't feel like I would make a difference. You know. Now, to be fair, the men came out and voted in bulk, so I'll give them credit for that. But I don't really see the difference is going to make, except cause the rift, right? A stronger rift between the common folk, right? So I remember, yeah, when I was in college, I would be like, so why? I don't really think my vote matters. And then my roommate would be like, oh no, it does. I'm like, okay, so. And I asked him, because I was testing my roommate. I was like, so who do they got running independent? And he's like, he said, why would you vote independent? I was like, I thought you said my vote mattered. So I'm looking at who's running as an independent, and he's literally telling me my vote doesn't matter, while 10 seconds prior telling me it does. Now he's telling me it doesn't, because I'm looking for who's running an independent. So I'm like, so does my vote actually matter? I don't think it does. So Water God Zero said my bro was telling me to vote. I said, hell no. So right here, let me highlight this comment. He said, I never understand voting. This is where I'll say voting matters, right? If you're a person, right? If you have money, right? And you have the money and the networking to make connections so you can finance the person you want in office or in a local chamber, right? So then you'll put your money and you'll finance that person with a team of other rich people so you can push the agenda that you want. Now, if you're doing something like that, now your vote matters. But most people don't really have real skin in the game. And then they think them going to a voting booth, and getting that I voted sticker, and they think they did something. No disrespect, but no disrespect. But and besides, most people when they vote, they don't even do their research behind who they're voting for. They don't look at who's sponsoring them. They don't look who they're financially backed by. Because really, a smart person who's voting would do that. They would look at their policies, they would look who they're financially backed by, and then you would just be like, okay, which candidate isn't that compromised? Which candidate isn't so compromised? That's basically really who you should be voting for. Which candidate isn't compromised? Whether it be Democrat or Republican, right? Or independent. Which one isn't, you know, who which one doesn't have isn't in debt to somebody, right? And to be fair, this is why me personally, I don't have a problem with a with Orange Man because he's technically he quote unquote has his own money, quote unquote, right? He quote unquote has his own money. So that's why I never really had a problem with Orange Man, right? He doesn't seem that compromised compared to the rest, right? But obviously Orange Man he's compromised as well, but he's not as compromised as the rest of the politicians, right? So yeah, that's really what it is. Now, I got to do some updates. I'm gonna. This is why I'm not so. I don't really care about the election. I'm gonna give you some updates on me, real quick, right? I don't know. Can I put an? Let me see something. Do I have an alert thing that I can? Um, a public announcement. Let me look for a public announcement like screensaver or something. Hold on for a second, guys. Public announcement. Alert. Let's see. Public announcement alert. Emergency alert. I don't know if I could like make that a full screen or something. Emergency, yeah, like a public, let me see. Public emergency alert sign. There we go. There we go. Nah, I'm not gonna use that one. Maybe a big caution sign, emergency alert. I don't know. I don't know what to use, but anyways. Oh, I can use this, I think. Nah, that's not gonna work. But anyways, just recently, guys, let me update you on something real quick. Let me update you guys on something. I got a strike on my channel. I got one strike on my channel. Okay. This happened 2 weeks ago. Specifically, it was a video that they removed from my video lineup, and the video was called Incels Are Not the Problem. They flagged that 10-minute video as hate speech and they put a strike on my channel. Yes. Believe it, believe it or not, yes, this really happened. So I already have a strike on my channel because of that 10-minute video from I think it was February or January I dropped that video. So People celebrating Orange Man winning and they're finna do something, but I'm still getting strikes on my channels and stuff for a video I did 10 months ago. There's still people want to celebrate Orange Man and stuff, but people don't understand. We have too many people. There's too many women in positions of power where they can still pull stuff like this. You know what I mean? There's still, and then when I appealed it, I appealed it, and then 5 minutes later they said, "Oh yeah, we reject your appeal." I was like, "Damn, wow, okay, I see what's going on." But yeah, it's a 10-minute video I did in what's it, February or January? Because my face is on it, so it's from a while back. So I had the title of that video was called "Incels Are Not the Problem." Now I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I don't mind my video getting taken off. I don't mind that. That's fine. But to put a strike on my channel over that video, just for saying incels are not the problem and flagging it as hate speech, and then I appeal it, and then 5 minutes later, we reject your appeal. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. Let me see. Truth Hunter. He says Amish people definitely helped. If my memory is right, they haven't voted this hard since the 50s. Oh yeah, I saw something like that. I saw that. I saw that. I saw that. It was like they were like interviewing people on the street, and there was like one Amish guy that was talking. Yeah. By the way, my throat is killing me. Pause. I went to a soccer game over the weekend. I can't tell you where. I went out. It was a I'll be honest. I went to a Red Bulls game over the weekend. Went to see the Red Bulls versus the Crew versus Columbus Crew. That was a mistake right there. Because my voice, it's not because I was screaming, but the problem is when you're going to these loud venues, these loud spots, and you're trying to talk to somebody over the noise, it's impossible. That's why I avoid spots like that, man. That's why I avoid those spots like that. See, but yeah, I got a strike on my channel, guys. So just be prepared. Just be prepared in the future for that. And it's gonna come right into my point when I bring up Rolo's tweet, because like I said, you have women in these spots where they're making these kind of decisions. Just trust me, it's not a man making that kind of decision. Where you're going through all of my videos, and you're finding a video from 10 months. I'm talking about 10 plus months ago. Remove the video, and not only remove the video, flag it as hate speech, and then put a strike on my channel. That's a person that's doing like that's a woman that did that. It's a gay, that's either a gay man or a woman that did that. No questions about it. No questions about it. No questions about it, man. Let me see something real quick. Oh, let me see something real quick. I don't know if I should bring this video up, but but since we're since we're going down memory lane, let me bring this video up. I saw the most ironic video in my life. I'm one of I might be stretching it by saying my life, but it's up there. It's up there. This is the most ironic video I have seen, like one of the most ironic videos I've seen in my life. One of them. So remember, I don't know, because in 2022, when I started doing this stuff, right? When I started doing this stuff, my first video relating to anything manosphere or man and woman, I dropped a video, which was a live stream or video, and I was talking about women using witchcraft, doing witchcraft in bulk, right? And I was talking about how it's an underrated problem. And I know, and people were talking about, oh man, you might be taking it too far, or it's witchcraft. And I was like, nah, women are using witchcraft now. And by the way, it's the number one growing religion amongst young women, number one growing religion amongst black women by far, but amongst all women, it's the number one growing religion, right? And it's usually women that are kind of dabbling in and out of this kind of stuff. They know a friend that's doing it and blah, blah, blah. Now, I want you to watch this video right here. Here, you're going to have a woman right here talking about there are men doing witchcraft in bulk. It's pure projection at the highest level. This is beyond me, in my opinion. Like, this is beyond me. Like, this is pure projection right here that you're gonna hear. Watch this.
That practice witchcraft, that do magic, love spells and hexes and shit, most of them don't tell anyone. That's in secret. Some of them are even in whole ass covens with other niggas, and they be doing shit according to the moon cycle most of the time. And magic isn't inherently evil. Where it's sticky is when you have somebody using magic, like love spells, to manipulate you, to get control over you. And I had that happen to me with my narcissistic abusive ex. When you have like an unnatural draw to somebody, pull to somebody when you shouldn't be attracted to them. Like he cheated on me like in my face and like kicked me out of his house. And I knew and I didn't want to be with him. I remember I was at my best friend's house laying in the backyard crying. And then I felt like this pull. It was like, vroom, vroom, vroom. That's how it felt. And it was like, I have to be with him. And it also could be like a part of a trauma bond. But I'm telling you, it was magic. So when somebody does like a love spell, magic, enchantment on you, then you kind of get rose-colored glasses about them, and they're more attractive than they are. Once I figured this out later on and I broke the love spell, I saw him again, and he was so fucking ugly. Brother, like, in all fairness, he probably was really ugly before, you know? So that's just a warning from the girls, like, a guy that's doing magic on you, he's gonna keep your hair. He's gonna keep your underwear is gonna go missing. Objects of yours are gonna go missing. Don't let him steal your underwear. The dudes that practice
pure. This is stuff that women do. I don't like. So everything that she said, I remember I was saying this is the stuff that women will do to men, right? Meanwhile, it's just it's wild how it's wild. The projection is crazy. Everything that she described, this is what women have been doing to men, I will say for centuries. For centuries. By the way, you're lying. First of all, what she's describing, what happened to her, she was just you were getting played by a dude with game. you were just getting played. You just got played by a dude with some game and whatever, right? That's all that was happening to you. Now, in regards to her talking about men doing witchcraft, men are not doing witchcraft. Men are at home. They're not even asking women out on dates. What are you talking? Men are not doing witchcraft. They're at home playing 2K and Fortnite and Call of Duty. Men don't have time. Men don't even have time to be doing stuff like that. Men got to work, and if they're not working, they're playing video games. What she just did. Technically, what she just did right now was witchcraft. This is pure projection. Everything she just said, this is what women do to men. I don't even the most evil men, they don't have time for witchcraft. They don't do stuff like that. When men want something, is usually they take it by force, right? Or they just buzz off if they can't take advantage. They don't men don't even have time to be doing witchcraft. If you do see a man that's doing witchcraft, 9 times out of 10, he's probably gay. And those are the men that women be hanging out with in the first place. I got played by a gay warlock, or what did he say? I got played by a warlock, and he was in the closet. Well, maybe, maybe, maybe if you stop hanging around with those fruitcakes at the clubs, yeah, because we already know straight girls and gay dudes, they be partying together, doing all types of stuff together. Probably hasn't entered her mind that probably one of the dudes that were in the closet was probably messing with her gay friend. Talking about what are you talking about? Love magic and love spell. No, you just got played by a dude with some game, and you got caught up, which happens to a lot of women. Now she want to talk about witchcraft and niggas is in covens. What are you talking about? She said men are in covens. No, that no. If men are out, especially nowadays, if men are out, if they're not doing business, if they're doing something for fun, they're probably playing basketball or something, right? Out at a game, out at a bar, playing a pickup sport, going to their friend's house to play video games. I don't know what she talking about. Men are not in covens. Gay men probably are, but like I said, they like to be with those people. You just got played with a dude with game. Now you want to talk about men are doing witchcraft. Are you kidding me? This broad here. Man. Shout out to Rocky. He said, "Oh please, women deliberately be leaving bobby pins and earrings and ish and hair everywhere." Facts. Women will be at your place and they'll be the side chick too. Or it'll be a girl that you're messing with and she will leave hair, she will leave her lipstick. They just do that. Forget witchcraft. They'll just do that naturally. They'll quote unquote accidentally leave their panties at a spot. Especially if she knows that you have a girl already that you're messing with, and she knows you're messing with other women, she'll do stuff like that. Leave hair on you on purpose. Leave their earrings on purpose. Everything she described, that's what women do to men, like just off rip. That's what they do. Yep, shout out to Carlos X. He said another projection from unempathetic women. Truth Hunter says love magic is her excuse for not taking accountability for looking like an idiot, but instead made her look crazy. Exactly. She don't want to admit you got played with a dude. He probably had strong D game. She got dematized. She got dickmatized, which happens a lot with a lot of women. They just don't want to put it out there that can happen to them. She got dickmatized, and when it wore off, when she finally came to her senses, she realized she was getting played by a dude she considered beneath her. And now she's talking about love spells and and witchcraft. Oh no, you just got you got played by a street ninja with game. Oh, by the way, I did a video on her already. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on for a second. Let me look through my YouTube. I would have sworn I'd done a video on her already. And wasn't she Wait, because I recognize her now. Now I'm really looking at her now. I recognize her. Hold on for a sec. I know for sure I did a video on her. I know for sure I did a video on her. I don't know when. I don't remember when, but I know I did a video on her. Let me look at my captions. Let me look at me captions, man. I know I did a video on her. I just don't remember when. Let me look through my captions real quick. This is wild work. Hold on. Let's look through my captions, my thumbnails together. Let's see if we spot her. Let's see if we spot her. Let's see if we spot her. Because I know for sure I did a video on her. I just don't. I'm trying to piece together when, but she should pop up on a thumbnail if I did a video on her. No, not yet. I don't see nothing yet. Maybe he's gonna pop up, but I know I did a video on her. No, that's not her. Cause I'm looking at her username on Instagram. I'm like, she looks crazy familiar. And for me to have saved the video on my IG, that means it's familiar. That means it's definitely familiar. Yeah, I'm not seeing her, but I would have sworn I did a video on her. Trying to look through the thumbnails, man. Oh man, that's crazy work. That's crazy work. I know I did a video on her. I know I did. But anyway. Because because it looks like the video that I just showed you, that might have been a result of the video that I covered on her. It could have been the result of that. Nope. That's not it. Nope. I'm going back too far now. I'm going back way too far. I'm going back way too far. I might have to accept this L. But I know I did a video on her. Yep. This right here. I don't know why I missed it.
Okay, it's time to.
Here we go. Female comedian. Yeah, that's because she's a female comedian. Here we go. Missy Shea Tart, whatever. Whatever her name is. Okay, open link in new tab. Yep, because I remember covering her being a female comedian. And then basically she was talking about her being in a quote unquote situationship. So this is probably a result of the situationship. You see. Okay, so yeah, this is a what did Corey Holcomb call it? A habitual side bitch. Let me tell you about this talking stage I was with. Let me tell you about the situationship. These are habitual side bitches that be catching feelings, and then wonder why the results are where they are. At a fucking stage, because like if it was like well, we already know what those terms.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay, another night. We're laying in bed laughing or whatever. And he's like giving me Eskimo kisses. And I told him the same thing. Please don't do this. If you want something physical, that's fine. Just say that. And he's like, no, I want you. There's one night we're on FaceTime call, sharing a Spotify list, and we're showing each other like love songs we like and singing them to each other. Right? All this. And then like a week later, 2 weeks later, he completely falls off and like.
So you see why I don't have female friends. Right? Okay, so yeah, I already covered her. I already covered her. So this is a habitual side bitch. LOL. One of her pinned captions is I her pinned caption, it says, I am ran through. Bruh.
Because I'm tired of people acting like it matters. I am ran through. My name is Shay. I'm here to disrupt social norms and get you to question your belief system. Ran through is a derogatory label that's used to describe someone who's had a lot of sexual partners. Urban Dictionary says that it can be any gender, but it's mostly used to describe a woman in a negative way. I used to get around a lot before with intention, and I had fun and I liked it, and I'm gonna claim that. It's okay.
And this is the woman talking about men are doing witchcraft. No, lady, you're self-sabotaging. That's what you're doing. You're self-sabotaging, man. You're self-sabotaging yourself. I am ran through. And I am claiming it. Really? And then she gonna talking about men are doing witchcraft. She's shooting herself in the foot and then saying men are doing witchcraft on her. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up, bro. Now she want to be talking about, oh, girlies. Do y'all see this? Hold on for a sec. Let's let this keep playing, man.
Because it's my life and I have free will to do what I want. Despite societal norms, I've always held myself to the same standard as a man. If a man sleeps around with a lot of women, then his social value increases. But supposedly, if a woman sleeps with a lot of men, then her social value decreases. I don't believe.
I'm sorry, lady, but if ladies, if ladies end up listening to this live stream, if you've ever called a man an incel at any time of your life, you basically uphold these quote unquote misogynistic, right? Norms. It's literally women that will diss men for not being experienced. So look, that's not on us. That's on y'all.
Believe in that because I don't abide by social norms. And so I'm just putting this out there to let other people know you don't have to believe that either. And you can do whatever the hell you want with your life. I'm ran through and men are constantly pursuing me. Men might sleep with you, but they'll never make you their wife or girlfriend. And to that I say, so why would I want to be their wife or girlfriend when I'm okay on my own?
That's cap, because you have countless videos of you complaining about men screwing you and leaving you. I did a video on you crying about that, basically. Because if you were really okay with being single, that would not be a video. Bottom line. It's her whole account talking about situationships and men doing witchcraft on me. If you're okay with being single, who cares if a dude screws you and then moves on? And this is the problem that I have with a lot of women today, right? They claim that they're happy single. They claim that they're cool with this. We don't need men. But when they are intimate with the men that they want to be intimate with, they ask that same man to do things for them, which you only do for a woman that you're in a relationship with. You can't ask for relationship things and you're not in a relationship. I thought you said you were single and happy. Why are you asking me to do relationship things? Why are you not protecting me? Why are you not providing? Why are you not calling? Why you're not? We're not in a relationship. I thought that's what you wanted. No, that's what I said. Particularly American women are the worst because they're they're feminists when it they're only feminists when it conveniences them, and then when it inconveniences them, they're I'm traditional. I need you to do this for me. No, 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 no. You said I'm single. I'm ran through. I can do what I want. Okay, fine. That's trust me, it's fine with me. But don't make another video. There's gonna be another video of her talking about I was in a situation shit and this. What are you talking about? You just said you were a cool single. I always say this, especially to women that try to argue me about this. I always say I really wish women were happily single. I really wish, but it's very few women that are actually happy single. It's very few of them. Very few of them. They say the ones that that claim it the loudest are the most miserable. And the women that are cool single, they don't really brag about it. They just live their life. They don't even talk about it.
I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. Only people who are afraid of being alone try to use being single as an insult. I'm not ashamed of my past. The people that are meant to see me will see me. I seriously got to get this off of my chest.
Now, the ironic thing about her is she's talking about men doing witchcraft, a man doing witchcraft on her, which is not what happened. The irony is, I would I would have to watch out for her doing witchcraft on a man. Just off looking at her, she seems like the type of broad to practice certain things in that space. You know, just off looking at her, you know. Yeah, this is very interesting. Very, very interesting right here. Somebody mentioned something about Destiny. You said you see how mad Destiny was live. Destiny was live. It was funny as F. Well, I don't care about Destiny anymore, but it'll probably pop up on my Twitter timeline. Shout out to Pyro. Yeah, when she's talking about, oh man, but when men date multiple women, they're seen as studs. But when we do it, it's different. And I'm literally in my head, I'm like, bro, like Pyro said, she won't date an incel. She won't date an incel. Truth Hunter says she's a strong, independent woman. We shouldn't feel sorry for an STD petri dish. Yikes. Facts. Rocky says she'll do witchcraft on the simps who she doesn't really like sexually. Facts. Facts. She's like the first person I would accuse of that. Where you're gonna see, she'll find a simp and she's gonna pull it. She's gonna pull it. She's gonna pull it. Pyro said, "Why is it always a light skinned girl?" What will I let? Anyway, man. Anyway, well, I wouldn't consider her. She just looks confused. She just looks confused. I think she is mixed with something. She seems mixed with something, you know. But yeah, she's when you talking about a red. By the way, these any woman that says she's a it doesn't say comedian on her page no more, bro. It doesn't say. Oh, it does. I was about to say, but even still, then it doesn't. She kind of has it at the bottom. Comedy reels. Like I remember being on her page and it just said like female comedian, but I guess she just kind of put that at the at the bottom. Let's see some of her comedy chops. Let's see what she got. She talking about comedy. I don't see no videos of her doing no comedy. Let me look at that old video I did where I get to look through her page. Let me see. Okay. Here, this is. Yeah, like, okay, so when I did the video on her 6 months ago, right? Let's take a look. This is me scrolling through her page 6 months ago. You see, says OC content creator, vlog, comedy, empowerment, right? Comedy reels. Yeah, she ran on that comedy thing for a little bit. But she got Ayo, man. Ayo, man. I was in New York, and I can't tell you what band I was performing with, but I was performing at a venue, and the musical act before us were these self-proclaimed witches. Like they call themselves like good witches or something like that. It was two ladies, one blonde lady, one brunette, and they were both playing guitar, and they had a band, like they had a band behind them, but the group is them. They like hired the band behind them, right? It was a blonde lady, a brunette lady, and they called themselves the good witches. But they looked exactly how I thought they would look. They're like they look somewhere between 28, 29, 30, 31, or 32. Somewhere in that range. That's exactly what I expected them to look like. Two white ladies that are like right at the wall, and they're just like in denial, and they're doing music. So yeah, these people are funny. So you see how compare that page, what she has then to now. Oh Lord. So right here, she says she's happily single, but then in the same breath, being attracted to men is a dangerous condition that can deplete you. I don't know. I don't think you're happily single. I don't think you're happily single, miss. Though, like I always say, those are the ones that are full of the most hatred and full of the most, because what happens is, particularly with dudes that have no problems getting women, or to men that are quote unquote players, they think, oh, okay, I'm dealing with this chick, she's cool, uh with us not labeling what we have, not putting a label on it. But then that same girl is going to end up keying your car, DMing the woman that you're following on Instagram, stalking you, you know, doing the most, man. Those are the same girls that be doing the most. Same ones. I've experienced it way too many times. I've seen other people experience it way too many times. They be doing the most. Oh man, hold on for a second. Shout out to Garrett Grant with the $10 super chat right here. Thank you, man. Hold on. Let me bring out that sound. Yo, you already know what time it is. You already know what time it is, man.
We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas! We got money, niggas!
Man, thank you, Garrett, man. Thank you for the $10, man. I needed that. I needed that, yo. Shout out to Corey Oakham. Every time he gets like a super chat, he'd be like, man, thank you. And he's any man. I like how he goes at each one and be like, thank you. I needed that. I needed that. Facts, man. Always, man. Thank you, man. I always appreciate that, man. Shout out to also anybody else in the war band. You already know. But back to this girl, dog. Girls like that are the worst. Like girls like that, they're the worst because they're not honest to themselves. So they end up lying to the public about what life is. But it's like they're how how can you take an empowerment course from this woman and most of her life she's lying to herself at the most pivotal time of her life she's lying to herself. It's wild. And by the way, these same girls that want to quote unquote claim I'm claiming being ran through, I'm claiming it, they will end up with a dude, right, that will accept them for who they are, right? And then that same dude that accepted them for who they are, that dude will get caught cheating with a whore. You know, it's going to be the first thing that they say, you cheated on me with this whore. They'll be the first person to slut shame the girl that her dude cheated on her with. I'm talking about the first person to slut shame that girl. It's the funniest thing that women do. I'm talking about calling them all types of whores, ran through. Because you ever notice when women diss other women, they don't diss them about, oh, she's a bad mom, she doesn't do things for her family and stuff. They don't do that. They the first thing they say is, oh, she's a slut. That's the first thing they say. Carlos X says she probably got heckled once and couldn't take. Exactly. She's one of those comics. She got heckled one time. And it wasn't even a heckle. It was probably a dude was like, yo, are you going to tell a joke or are you just going to talk about men are trash the whole time? That's probably what happened to her. I'm talking about, it was probably one time where a dude was like, yo, are you just going to spend the whole comedy set talking about men are trash? I mean, can you talk about something else? He's like, I'm pretty sure the guy's like, man, I already get that from my wife. I'm not trying to hear that here. Like, bruh. That's probably all he said. And you already know, like, dudes are not even allowed to heckle women at comedy sets. Like, I don't know if you guys know, like, in comedy clubs, they like really protect the woman in these little clubs, right? And I'm not saying little to diss. I'm just saying like the venues are like smaller, like the smaller venues. But I'm pretty sure she couldn't even handle it. She was probably crying. Remember, they had the girl dress up as a male because she thought she wasn't getting a fair shake. And then when she dressed up as a male comedian and nobody laughed at her jokes and she started crying. Like they can't handle it. This is why when women become comics, it's very disingenuous. It's very disingenuous because like dudes, because we know, like because we know when you're dealing with when you're not, because dude, we're not trying to make women cry. At the end of the day, we're not trying to make women cry. You know, we could talk all the ish that we want, but at the end of the day, we're not trying to make women cry. So they'll just give her a laugh, you know, just to make her feel good, you know. But they really think they're better than the average male comic because of their quote unquote gender and they're not getting their fair shake, but they don't realize just them being on the stage, it's a privilege for them to even be on the stage because most of them are not funny. I'm talking about not even close to funny. I've already showed you all these videos of these female comics I got saved on my on my save list. They're not funny. They're not funny, man. None of them are funny. Let me see. Truth Hunter says women can't handle getting heckled once, but can handle 3 to 4 guys at the same time. Facts. Like people even understand, like a woman, like I don't care, like she could be like a fat broad, dog. A fat broad. I'm talking about sloppy fat could go into a bar and leave with 4 guys. I'm talking about at one time. I'm talking about she could be fat, sloppy, whatever you want to call her, ugly, whatever. She could go into any bar, go in there, and then leave with 4 guys if she wanted to. Said Wicca is what good witches are called, or something like that. Yeah, I don't even know. They got like if you have a woman calling herself a good witch, she's probably not. She's probably not. If even in general, when you ask women, are you a good person? Most women are going to be like, oh yeah, I'm a good person. Now, conversely, if you ask men, we'll give you like we would give like most men, if you ask them, even the best of men, you ask them, are you a good person? Most of us is going to give an answer similar to Denzel Washington on The Equalizer 3. But we'll just be like, I don't know. I don't know what to call myself. I'm not a perfect man. Like remember in The Equalizer 3, the Italian doctor asked, he's like, are you a good man? Are you a good man? And he's like, man, I don't know what I am. And he's like, that's how I know you are a good man. I love that scene so much. I love that scene. Yeah, shout out, man. Man, Rocky says, hey, this is off topic, but did you ever see that video of the dark-skinned Keisha yelling at the thick biracial Keisha for being in the black beauty supply store? No, I have not seen that. But look, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you on this too. I try not to put black women in a particular light on my channel, believe it or not, because I could literally make a whole compilation. And at the end of the day, if black women come on my channel and they say I'm making black women look bad, my retort would always be, I don't have to do that. You guys just do that yourselves. So when it comes to a video like that, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna probably see it, but I'm probably not even gonna cover it. But judging by the info, if you are biracial, if you're a biracial black woman, or if you're just a pretty woman in general, you're gonna have problems with most women just off GP, because your beauty or whatever you got, whether it doesn't even have to be you being beautiful. It could be just you being in shape or you being skinny. Your presence is always going to be a threat, because if she's there, she's not going to get choked. The regular, dark skin Keishas or regular skin Keishas, there is going to be slim pickings for them if the pretty biracial girl shows up. For the most part, I think a lot of dark skinned women, they can be a little bit too insecure about it, and I get it, but they tend to be a little bit too insecure about biracial women, because not all biracial women, or not, I'll say this, not all light skinned women are cute. That's definitely not true. Look at what's her name, Carabao, right? Caribou, right? Lil Yachty's former female artist that he was fucking, right? She's not pretty. She's just light skinned. I always make that joke about her. I'm like, I'll be like, I look at her, I'll be like, man, she's so lucky she light skinned. Hey, yo, man. Ooh, D-Man 50 said the results are in. Let the read begin. Salute Chris and fellas, man. Shout out to D-Man 50. Shout out to you, bro. Oh yeah, by the way, D-Man 50, just to let you know, I did get a strike on my channel 2 weeks ago. Just simply for a 10-minute video. And the title of the video was called incels are not the problem. And the video got removed and it got a strike on my channel. And they said it was hate. They tagged it as hate speech. It's still the funniest thing to me too when you're talking about the incels. Incels are literally, it's a group of people that are not even part of the dating market, yet they're getting most of the blame. To me, it still baffles me. It still baffles me. Like I remember talking about this with Pyro. Like, it just baffles me, particularly with American people in general, when they point their finger at who's the problem. It just baffles me who they point the finger at. Like, even in soccer, it'll be the guy that's carrying the team and they'll blame him. They'll blame him. It's like even like I don't know why Americans do that. This stuff. It was people. You know what? Let me not bring that up because I don't think people will follow my lead on the basketball example that I would bring up. But you know what? Let me bring up a basketball example. The reason why I don't give hate to LeBron is because most of the people that I play sports with act like LeBron. Let me repeat this one more time. The reason why I don't give LeBron that much hate is because most of the people I come across when I play against him, whether it be soccer, basketball, they act like LeBron. They come into these pickup games, they stack the teams. They make sure they stack the team to their to the way they wanted to. And then once you beat them, they still won't leave the court. Do you know how many people I come across like that in general? And nobody will call them out except for me. And then when I call them out, oh, yo, chill out. What? And I'm talking about this. This happened just yesterday when I was doing pickup. This happened yesterday while I was doing pickup at this spot that I usually go to. I go in, they make the teams, but they clearly stack the teams. Right? The guy, one of the guys, they make sure, and some of them didn't even pay to get in. They come in, they stack the teams as usual. Even though like I would play against them with whatever team I'm dropped in, and we would still beat them, and they will cry about it. My team is winning. I'm carrying the load on the team. I score. These dudes start crying about fouls, penalties, and stuff. I'm like, we doing penalties in a pickup game? What are you talking about? There's no penalties here. Apparently, they implemented it last minute yesterday. So they was about to come off the field after my team is winning. After they stack the deck, they call a foul, which is fine. Whatever, you can call a foul. Whatever. I'll always respect the foul call, even if it's crazy. But I'm talking about they're calling penalties. I'm like, bro, you try to dribble past a fat dude that I have on my team. You barely got past him. I bump you. You call a penalty after me trying to cover for you trying to dribble around a fat dude, because that's all the guy was doing. He was sitting, he sat right next to the fat dude. Mind you, this is the same dude that set up the stack team. You try to dribble around a fat, you barely got past him. That was all you were trying to do the whole game. I bump you near the penalty box. It wasn't a handball. You call the foul, fine. He's calling a penalty. And then he goes to the organizer, yeah, this is a penalty. I'm like, we're doing penalties now? And he goes, the organizer that organized the pickup is like, look, man, we just started doing this today. I'm like, bro, how? They tie it up, 1 minute left, then they score again. So they don't leave the pitch. It's crazy work. So most people, they act like LeBron. Do you know how many times or then I'll call them out on it, and then they'll listen to me, but then they'll be quiet. So that's me really, because in real life, I be Jordan in real life. So somebody try to do some nonsense, I'll call it out. Because I be real life Jordan, and then people don't want to. All of a sudden, people start getting quiet. The people start getting scared of my voice when I start raising it. Or it'll be like, I remember one dude I was playing against this one dude in pickup just the other week. He was Jordan. It was him on the other team, me on the other team. I was scoring all the goals. He was assisting all the he was doing everything for his team. He was defending, attacking, making tackles. He was Jordan. And dudes were intimidated by him. And this guy was like 5'3". This guy was like 5'3", 5'4". Couldn't be more than 5'3", 5. They were scared of him, bro. Just because he was talking, they were like, why is he talking so much? And he was talking junk to me too, but I didn't, it was nothing to it. I just played my part, kept my team in the game. That's all you can do. But most people, they say LeBron is soft and all this stuff. I'm like, y'all not even ready for Jordan. Y'all could not handle if Jordan were to come in and do what he do. Most people can't handle it. Sorry, from my observation, especially doing sports, most people can't handle Jordan. So be happy with LeBron. That's what most people be doing anyways. Especially especially if I'm organizing, I make sure the teams are not stacked. That's what I do, because I actually was brought up in a spot where everybody had their own team, no matter the sport. I would make sure the teams were uneven on purpose just to prove myself. That's how I was brought up. But most people act like LeBron. That's why I don't give LeBron that much hate, because most people act like him anyways. Oh man. Anyways, I just went on a 5-minute rant there. Let me see. Truth Hunter says uncle used to call women who acted like her BBBS's bed post brain bash survivors. Facts. That's what they are. What do you call them? Bed post brain bash survivors. That is a great analysis. That's what they are. Yeah. Because they've been ran through so much. There's like a woman like that. There's no way she could ever love a man. She's been ran through too much. she's been completely ran through. There's no way. There's no way. Oh yeah, shout out to this. I don't know if I'm a good person. Yeah. Facts. I can't say I'm a good person. My track record ain't floss. I know that off rip. But I'm just doing what I can right now with what I got. That's all I can do. Carlos X said, you just gotta be good enough, like John Wayne used to say. Truth understand. Are you a good person? Me depends on how you ask. Exactly. Because one person can say you're a great person, and then one person, because you stuck up for yourself, is gonna say, "Oh, this guy's he's bad." Oh yeah, no, I'm telling you, the guy called a penalty. Now, I've seen dudes do a handball to save a goal, and we still wouldn't call the penalties. We would just, all right, it's our ball. We're gonna play it from the back. That's even in the streets, when I would play in the streets, right? Somebody do a handball to save. I'm talking about to save a goal. We'll just be like, okay, it's our ball. Give us the ball back. Or we just count it as a goal and just move on. Your fave Mass Texan says, it's funny actually seeing suburb folk complaining about women's rights. Well, they're too late to the party. They're too late to the party, and I'm gonna show you why. I'm gonna show you why in a little bit. I'm gonna show you why in a little bit. Oh yeah, dudes get scared, bro. Like it'll be like it'd be the same people calling dudes soft, but then you'll be like, why are you complaining? And then you try to, okay, what are you complaining about? You're saying he did this, but didn't you just do that? And it'll have nothing to say. Like I'm talking about, it'll be old dudes too. Like it'll be a couple of old dudes. They'll be crying. So it's not just, younger athletes. It's be older athletes, whether it be basketball, soccer, whatever pickup, crying over nothing. And then once you call them out for crying over nothing, like even I think recently this pickup group that I've been with, it's supposed there's this one specific pickup group that I do, because there's a lot of pickup groups that you join certain chats so you can find a game and whatnot, but there's this one specific pickup group I do. I just do it for the fitness, really. I just do it for the fitness. But there's this one specific one I just do for the fitness. The one match that I miss, apparently a gun was pulled. I was like, why and I was like, yo, why somebody pull out a gun? Apparently somebody pulled a gun over a pickup match. And people want to talk about people are soft. I'm like, you pulling out a gun. And I bet you that dude was he couldn't have been in his 20s. These dudes is too liberal for that. This is a dude that's probably in his 30s pulling out a gun. Oh, the link for the show Incels Are Not the Problem, the 10-minute video, it got removed from YouTube. They took the video off of YouTube and they put a strike on my channel. Like me, I have no problem with them actually removing the video, but to put a strike on my channel for it is hilarious to me. That's hilarious. I'm like, out of all of the things I've said on my channel, you were mad at that? That is what you could flag as hate speech? I've even talked about, like, gay people acting a certain way on some reckless stuff. And I'd be like, oh man, I think I'm gonna get strike over this. Nothing. But I'm talking about incels live so rent-free in their head. It just makes no sense to me. I don't understand why incels are such a threat to women. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know if it's like pure projection coming from women. Like have you ever met like scary people where they always think something's bad is gonna happen to them, and then eventually you just realize it's not that they fear what's bad is about to happen to them. They're just fearing their own karma. You know what I mean when I say that? Or they're either projecting or they fear their own karma. Or I'll give you another example. It's like, the guy or girl that's really controlling to be like, I need to see your phone. Who's on your phone? Who you texting? And then meanwhile, that guy or girl is cheating themselves. So I think that's really what that is. It's this real obsession, this weird obsession that today's women have with quote unquote incels. It makes no sense to me. Makes absolutely no sense. He said, no, I mean the link for the beauty store crash out I mentioned. Oh, my bad. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see the video for that. Oh, maybe did you hear the way I described it? And he probably thought I had the link to the video. I didn't watch the video, but I said, going by what you just described, I'm pretty sure I know what happened. If you're talking about a dark-skinned Keisha arguing with a biracial Keisha, you already know what happened. Oh yeah, Carlos X said it best. He said they're the perfect scapegoat / boogeyman. It's bottom line. Incels, they're just They're the scapegoat, and then they're gonna try to link the incels with the manosphere, and that's basically the ultimate goal. That's the ultimate goal. Now let me see. Let me bring up Twitter because I did say I was gonna bring up Rolo's tweet. I didn't save the tweet, but I saw it in passing, and I was like, "Oh, I actually agree with this." I gotta find his actual tweet though. I need to find the actual tweet. Oh man, I want to see the actual tweet. Oh man, he has some good tweets though on right now though. He has some good tweets on. Let's see this. Red pill adjacent. Let me I don't know. Hold on for 1 sec. I gotta find that tweet. Because he says something about how we elect like the power, like what we already like in terms of basically saying that the damage is already done. Let me see. Oh man. So Democrats learned that no amount of gaslighting and manipulation will convince men to accept the insane levels of misandry thrown at them every day by women in all levels of society. That's not it though. That's not it. Actually, you know what? Let me be careful while I'm scrolling Twitter. let me be careful, guys. Hold on. Let me put an overlay on. Let me be careful while I'm scrolling because it's Twitter. It's Twitter. You gotta be careful. Hold on for a sec. Because I don't know what's on Rolo's Twitter that much. So let me. I don't know what's on his Twitter. So let's be careful. Let's be careful. Let's be careful. Because Twitter's wild. I don't know what's on Rolo's Twitter. I don't think I don't think I like the tweet. It's harder to find tweets now because you got these dudes, they tweet because you can get paid off Twitter off of tweeting. So these guys are tweeting like every 10 minutes. Let me see. Is it this? I don't know. Is it this? I don't know. Nope, that's not it. See, Dever. And guys, I had to put the block on the Twitter only because I don't know Rolo's Twitter. I don't know if some if if pornography is gonna pop up, you know. So I need to be careful when scrolling on Twitter. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Oh man. I don't think I'm gonna find because it's just way too many tweets. Exactly. Oh, I found it, guys. I found it right here. Right here. Right here. So let me take this overlay off and show you the tweet that I saw that I agreed with heavily. Right. So right here. Let me see if I can zoom in. I don't know if I can zoom in on this tweet, but we'll do what we can. Okay. Right here. Rolo Tomasi says you voted for Orange Man. Great. Which woman did you vote for to be your circuit court judge? Excuse me. Mayor, councilwoman, county commissioner, exchequer. I don't know how to say that, pronounce that. Women running for local offices or unimposed outnumber men 10-1 if a man is running at all. So that I had no idea but it's crept up on us, and people don't understand. Oh man, why are certain policies being passed? Why are certain alphabet stuff is being passed? Why is said women running for local offices or unopposed outnumber men 10-1. So yeah, Orange Man is in office, but if you have women running for local offices outnumbering men 10-1, I mean, bruh, men have dropped the ball. We've dropped the ball already. Like just in general, we've dropped the ball. I'm not because when it comes to Orange Man, I don't really have an opinion on him. The only thing I can give him credit for is him not being as compromised as most of the other politicians, but that's not really saying a lot. If you really look at most of the people in Orange Man's campaign, they're not really conservative. If you really look at it, most of these guys are old school Democrats. Right? So like if because like how in England they don't necessarily just have two parties. They have you could be left centrist, you could be centrist, you could be right centrist, right? There's variable like there's various parties, right, in England and stuff like that. If you put the average conservative from England and you dropped him in America, they would consider him a liberal, right? So a lot of the people, it's not even really the Republican Party anymore. It's really the MAGA party, So I like with conservatives, I don't think they understand most of the stuff that they think will go away is not really going to go away with Orange Man. It's just going to be more, how do I say it? It's going to be more regulated. I showed you guys the video of Trump saying verbatim, he said that the immigrants are not really going to go anywhere. He's just going to make sure the legal ones stay and the quote unquote illegal ones go out. But he said the immigrant, he said we got to keep some of them. Out of his mouth, he said this. He said we got to keep some of them. And I already told people like the immigrants aren't going to go anywhere. I already said that for a minute, But shout out to Rollo Tomasi right here. So, oh wow. So apparently where Rollo is living in Clark County in Nevada, and I guess in various spots, and I think that's a good sample size because Nevada is a red state, if I'm not mistaken. So according to him, he's saying like women outnumber men 10-1 running for local offices. And when we talking about politics, if you want to talk about, okay, where does my vote count? Where does my vote matter? When it comes to local offices, I would say maybe yes for that. And here we are. We want to, people want to do some millie whopping and we want to do a parade because Donald Trump, because Orange Man won. Meanwhile, in the undercover, we got women and young women seething. Prepare for a counterattack, guys. You got to prepare for a counter. You guys got to prepare. Hey, yo, man. When like I said, I play sports. Anybody that plays sports, you don't celebrate early. You don't celebrate early. I don't care if it's three. Like if you playing soccer and it's 3-0, you don't celebrate early. The game not over. It's not over. There's nothing to celebrate. He said women running for local offices outnumber men 10-1. That's very interesting. This is something that we're talking about, the grassroots level. You got, we got to be careful. You prepare for a counterattack. You got to prepare for a counterattack, man. I don't celebrate nothing early, man. I don't celebrate nothing early. Yo. Exactly. Shout out to Pyro right here. He said, incels are the Muslims of the non-dating community. People forget, like, people forget there used to be a time in America not too long ago where to be a Muslim was a slur. Like Muslim, to say the word, like to say somebody was a Muslim was a slur. Like I still remember when this country was more like conservative leaning. Like if somebody wanted to diss a person of color or to put a to draw a narrative about somebody that they didn't know, they would call them a Muslim. So this stuff is not even. That's why, like, I made a joke earlier today. I said every I said every white girl, they owe their white male counterparts an apology. I'm like, they owe them an apology. Any white dude that they accuse of racism or them or oh, they're so narrow-minded or they're bigoted. Now that the shoe is on the other foot, anytime a woman wants to like shut down a conversation when gender is being brought up, they just call the dude a incel, or they say it's incel talk. I don't know if you guys notice it. They'll be like, it's incel talk. You're just like, no, I'm just stating the facts. What does being an incel have to do with anything? But they use the word incel because they know most men don't want to be attached to that word incel, right? But like I said, I always say it's very easy to shut that narrative down, because I always say, because I always bring it up and I'll be like, man, I said, y'all owe your white male counterparts an apology. Because you're doing the exact same thing as what you're accusing them of, if not worse. Okay. Oh yeah, so yeah, Rocky, if you do find the link, you can put it in the private chat. Oh, shout out to Shadow Dog Law. Shout out to any Warband members tuning in, man. Shout out to you guys. Rocky says, what happened to kind-hearted Shia from Twitter? Anyone heard of him? I'd have to look that up. Oh, I do have that Billy Ray Brandt video saved. Let me bring that up. Let me bring that up. Let me bring that up, man. Truth Hunter says, yo, you might want to come across the one vid of a woman flashing a guy during a debate. Oh, I already covered that. In fact, I went on Undead Chronics channel and I was talking about that. He had that video. Yeah, she did that on purpose. And I'm not trying to get my video, my live stream taken down over that. But let me bring up the Billy Ray Brandt video now that you guys mentioned this. But shout out to Rolo Tomasi. I just want you to know, because he's he's bringing up something that I had no idea. So you have women running for local offices 10-1. 10-1. That's crazy work. That's crazy. So while you guys are sitting there millie rocking, about Orange Man. Hey, man. I'm not saying it's not a victory, but prepare for a counterattack. We scored a goal. Facts. We scored a goal, but prepare for prepare for a formation change. Prepare for a substitution, right? Prepare for a substitution. Prepare for somebody coming in on the pitch that we have nobody, a young 17-year-old that we don't know about, all of a sudden causing chaos. Oh man, so many soccer analogies I can make with this, man. So many. But let me, let me bring it to let me bring it to American football terms. We up 28-3. We up 28-3. Don't think they can't come back. We up 28-3, but don't think they can't come back. Don't think they don't got nothing up their sleeve. That's a good analogy right there. You think you win and you think you up 28-3, and then and you take your foot off the gas. You do something stupid to let the team back in. So be careful. Be careful. Okay, let's bring up the Billy Ray. Because this I'm gonna give y'all something real quick. Let me bring up Billy Ray Brandt because I had that video saved. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, let me zoom back. Oh man, that was embarrassing. But it should be saved. It should be saved. Let me bring up Billy Ray Brandt right here. So here we go. Billy Ray Brandt says manosphere content is making men hopeless. Now, this is what I want you guys to pay attention to. Just because now Orange Man is back in does not mean our content won't be under attack. Right? Just because now the Senate will respond positively, and mostly right-wing Senate, right? Just because they got the advantage does not mean our content still isn't under attack. The right hates this content just as much as the left. Okay? We have no allies. We have no allies. So, anybody that knows, Billy Ray Brandt was once a person that she's one of the good ones. Chris, she's one of the good ones. Oh, really? Are you sure she's not a chameleon? She's cool, man. I'm telling you. Then she kind of got exposed because her husband was what? Like she would say, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with dating short men or whatever." And then they found out like her husband or her boyfriend's like 6'3" or something. And then they called her out for the hypocrisy. And now, ever since she's been called out, which was just really constructive criticism, she's been anti-manosphere ever since. Oh man, so hey. Oh yeah, just to let you know, I wasn't playing it. Like I kept her sound off on purpose because I wanted to talk. But here, she's gonna talk about how the manosphere content is making men hopeless. But before I go into the video, let me make sure I didn't miss any chats. So Carlos X, I looked at the election map for Nevada. They're voting blue more in Las Vegas area only. Well, of course, yeah. When it comes to like the city, I don't know if Nevada qualifies as a swing state, but for a lot of the swing states, what you'll have is like the main cities would be blue, which is most of the population, but all the rural areas surrounding, those cities would be red. So they would qualify as a swing state, right? I don't know if Nevada is a swing state, but it looks like that's what it is, because if you're talking about Las Vegas, I'm pretty sure, of course, when you're talking about Las Vegas, Las Vegas is going to be blue. You know? Yo, that's funny. Well, yo, Water God Zero has the best comment so far. He said, apparently we are all massaging mystic. Massaging mystic. I like that. I like that code word. I like that code word. Massaging mystic. I don't know if I'm gonna remember that because it's kind of a long phrase, but I like that. Massaging mystic. We are all massaging mystic. Oh man. Yep. Because you see, they said Winter God Zero said apparently we're all massaging mystic because Orange Man is in the White House. So at first, what's gonna happen is black men are gonna take the brunt of it at first. Then it's going to spread, you know. But like, yeah, I don't even think, especially after this election, like even with all the facts coming out about black men being the second largest, demo group to vote for Kamala, they're still gonna blame us. I'm talking about every black man could have voted for Kamala, they would still blame us. That's how, insane, certain groups of people are, believe it or not. But anyways, let's go to Billy Ray Brandt, and we're gonna let her explain why quote unquote manosphere content is making man hopeless. Hey yo, man. Hey, this is funny stuff. This is funny stuff.
Manosphere content is making men hopeless. Just a month ago, I would have identified myself as a manosphere creator, believing it genuinely wanted to help men, calling out modern feminism, promoting masculinity, and empathizing with the struggles men face. Men are definitely facing.
Okay, I should let this play, but this is too much cap. This is. Do you hear? Do you see why, like, particularly when you're talking about Caucasian, conservative, quote unquote conservative women like that? I can't believe when they talk. It's hard for me to take what a lot of them say seriously because they be capping. I will say this: most of the fair, right, Caucasian women that aren't feminists, they don't claim, oh, I'm a trad con, I'm this, and they're not like, they're just are. They don't have to claim it. They don't have to be like, I'm pro men. It's just they prove it with their actions. And what happens with a lot of women, what ends up happening is they get into a situation where they finally, where another woman's actions ends up affecting their life in a negative way where they can't even deny it no more. So even after that, they want to say, oh, I'm a trad con, they'll just be like, oh yeah, I've seen women do stuff like that. So yeah, you're right. Or they'll be in a situation where they found out that their dad wasn't their biological father, and their mom, and then once they confronted their mom about it, their mom was pretty much unapologetic about it. Then you'll see like a woman like that, they'll be like, yeah, we should have mandatory we should have mandatory paternity tests. But anyways, let's replay the cap. Let's replay the cap, and I'm not gonna stop it anymore. I'm just gonna let it play through. I'm gonna just let it play without me throwing up.
Manosphere content is making men hopeless. Just a month ago, I would have identified myself as a manosphere creator, believing it genuinely wanted to help men, calling out modern feminism, promoting masculinity, and empathizing with the struggles men face. Men are definitely facing serious issues that I and other creators are well aware of. But the manosphere and its key figures have lost their way. Instead of addressing these issues with hopeful solutions, it's become a non-stop dunk contest on women, where the absolute worst examples of what it means to be a woman are deceptively promoted as though they represent the average woman in modern society. Which leads me to the most important point. You have to keep in mind that top creators are feeding an algorithm where negativity sells and their cause takes a backseat to their need to satisfy an audience.
I have experienced this firsthand. I've posted reactionary content because I knew it would pull people in, but I stopped because this only drags viewers deeper into hopelessness. They stop thinking about the things they can improve and instead focus on the enemies highlighted by creators. This doesn't help men, it only leaves them angrier and more isolated. And if that wasn't enough, the angriest voices head to the comments section and create a groupthink trap where even level-headed men can lose hope, allowing a vocal minority to shape their views of women and dating. In reality, many men, short, fat, tall, skinny, paycheck to paycheck, wealthy, are living fulfilling lives with incredible women who love them. As of 2019, 61% of men aged 25 to 54 have partners. And I've got news for you. 61% of men those ages are not 6 feet tall, making 100K and looking like Thor. So the next time you're consuming this content, ask yourself, is this just a dopamine hit, a way to validate my victimhood, or is it actually making me a better man? If it's only fueling bitterness, it might be time to seek content that actually helps you rather than just feeding your resentment.
The more I hear women talk, right, the more I understand why men in the past was like, nah. They're just like, the more I hear women talk, like the more about, especially when it comes to issues like this, like me personally, I'd rather hear a woman talk about sports than this stuff. Because at least with sports, I could just be like, oh, okay, I disagree. And then I can move on with my life. But when it comes to stuff like this, they're just, they're not, they're just the wrong people to listen to. Like, it's just when it comes to relationships, the dynamics between men and women, they will, even the most quote unquote allies of allies, she's never gonna get it. She's never gonna get it. Like, what, bruh? There's just a lot of things that she said was so wrong. Like, almost, I don't know if this is a world record, but almost everything that she said was like wrong. Almost everything that she said was wrong. Wait, so Water God Zero, you saying that was a typo? I thought you were doing that on purpose. That was perfect. No, you need to use that. Massaging mystic. That's how you get around the algorithm. That's how you get around the algorithm. Oh yeah, speaking of algorithm, Rocky said, "Oh Lord, now they're blaming the algorithm." You're feeding into the gender war. Oh yeah, by the way, this is how I know people just they're oh Lord have mercy. When they're talking about gender war, there is no gender war. There is no gender war. Just the fact, homie, if if dudes were to declare, like, say, if a dude were to come out and be like, I declare war on XX on on females, whatever, right? If a dude were to come out and say something like that, it's going to be men that are going to shoot him down. It's going to be men defending women from men like that. There is no gender war. There is no gender war. Yeah, man. Pyro said the gasp and the pause is killing me. Well, it just reminds me, like, remember when do you guys remember the OG First Take when it used to be Skip and Stephen A. Smith? Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith. Remember when Skip Bayless would say something like completely ridiculous, and Stephen A. Smith, like, before Stephen A. Smith would start talking, he would just look at Skip and he'll just stop for like 10 seconds and like 15 seconds, and he'd be like, you need to be banned from talking basketball. And I used to think, oh, Stephen A. Smith, he's just being dramatic. But now that I'm in this position now, well, I'm not in Stephen A. Smith's position, but now being a social commentator, And then you'll see these videos, and then people will ask for your reaction to it. But I'm actually paying attention to what these people are saying, and I'm just like, what is she paying attention to? But let's keep it a buck. When it comes to Billy Ray Brandt, she's just um she's still upset that dudes were calling her out on her hypocrisy. That's really what it is, and you know, she needs to get over it. But she's not gonna get over it because you got called out by being by because the worst thing that you can do when I'm talking about I'm talking about when you're dissing women, the worst thing that you can do is say that she's just like everybody else, when she's not special, when you expose her for being average. That is like the worst thing you can do to a girl. It's not even ignoring her. Sometimes it's not even ignoring her. It's like the worst thing that you could do is break the illusion for her that she's not special. She's not the standout conservative girl. You're just like all the other 304s that I meet. And once that illusion is broken, sorry for my poor English. Once you break that illusion, and that's what a lot of men really did, because it opened the eyes to a lot of men to realize Billy Ray Brandt is just like the rest of them. And when she got exposed for being just like the rest of them, now she's tight. Now she's mad. Water God Zero said, well, now I'm going to use it now. Yeah, just you. I thought you did that on purpose. Like, that's the perfect way to get around the algorithm. You know, the same way, like, you know how Better Bachelor, instead of saying the LGBT community, he says the LGHDTV community. That's how you get around it. But anyways, let's speed up her convo. Let's speed it up. I'm gonna replay her convo. Let me replay it. I'm gonna replay her convo, put it at 1.25 speed, and break down what she's saying one more time. All the lies in this.
Manosphere content is making men hopeless. Just a month ago, I would have
Cap. I'm sorry. It's too soon. It's too soon. It's too soon, but Cap already. Do you know, bro? On my channel, do you know how many, or just on my small channel, do you know how many dudes have came here, young, older, say, yo, this channel is helping me out. Thank you. Do you know, even like I like to use the example, even something as simple as, remember we had this young dude join the panel and he was talking about how he had this girl hanging around him. It wasn't his girlfriend. The girl had herpes, but she just kept hanging around him. And we told him, like, yo, cut that girl off as soon as possible, please. Right. But it's obvious for us, but in the position that he was in, it wasn't as obvious. But even something as simple as that, it could be life-changing for him. You never know. You never know. Rocky was on here and he told us about his situation. Angel came in here, talked about his situation. I don't want to bring it up, but we all have our situations that, because there's no male spaces that we can really go to. So the few ones that we have, demonetized or not, we come here and we talk and we put it out there, what we going through. It's better they come to a place like this than you. What can you do, Billy Ray Brandt? What can Billy Ray Brandt do? Oh yeah, I don't remember what live that was when the young dude that I knew. This is because this dude, he's been watching my channel for a minute. I don't want to bring up his name because he's probably embarrassed about it, but he was just talking about that situation and we were just like, yo, nah, cut that off. But in his position, when you're a young dude and because he's in a position where he has he has dating options. Like he actually has like options in the dating world where he can make something out of the dating world. But the problem is when you're a guy, when you're one of the rare dudes that women actually want to be around, you have these people that want to hang on to you, particularly when you're talking about women. They and when you're hanging around certain women, they ruin you. They ruin you, and not just you as a person, they ruin your reputation. So we were like, yo, you gotta get rid. Now with him, we told him like, yo, you need to be careful with this situation, or you just gotta just cut off the contact. So eventually she catches the hint, so she stops hanging with you, you know? So like yeah. So we can look back at it and laugh, but he might be still embarrassed about it. So I don't even want to bring up his name, right? But not necessarily when we got I don't know what it was. I don't remember the live stream. I'm not even trying to I'm trying to protect him. I don't remember the live stream. But do you know some of the questions I would get in my DMs? And you would think it's obvious to us, but it's not. It's not always. The question is not like you still like you still have conservative dudes, because that young dude that I was talking about, he's a conservative. He's a young conservative male. You still have conservative dudes still thinking that women like Billy Ray Brandt are good people. You know what I mean? It's obvious to us because we know how women are. But we got to put that stuff out there. We got to put that fire out. They're not going to hear it from Billy Ray Brandt. If he came pause to Billy Ray Brandt with what he said, she would just laugh at my boy, right? And probably not even give him really real tips. But we gave him real tips. And then what was beautiful about his situation, not only did he was able to get rid of her, he was able to get a girl. Literally, right? It was like 2 weeks later. Oh yeah, I got a girl now. I got a new girl. I'm not saying he didn't have a girl before, but it was interesting. He cuts that off. Now he has somebody literally waiting for him. You know what I mean? So, and I'm not saying that situation. I don't know if he's still with that the new girl, right? But it's interesting how you cut off the leash, and now voila, he gets another girl that he could have been looking for at the same time. So, but if he went to a 304 like Billy Ray Brandt, right? Nothing would have changed. So to talk about manosphere content is making people hopeless, that's crazy. No, absolutely not. That I completely disagree. Like this stuff, we're saving people's lives, and I'm not trying to brag, but this content is saving men's lives, and it's putting men on game that men didn't really have in the past. Meaning, I'm not saying they didn't have game like that in the past, but they weren't allowed to talk about it. Really, they could only get this knowledge through trial and error in the past. But now we can put men on game before. So now now we can put men on game so where they don't have to go through trial by fire and, wisdom by fire and all this stuff. Now we can put men on game before they get into whatever they want to put themselves in, whether they want to get married, whether they don't want to get married, whether they want to have a girlfriend, whether they want to have a girlfriend, but no, or if they do get married, they have a prenup or something. Now men have the information to guard themselves from single mammies. This is why you got all these single women complain. Oh my God, man! Now you have an outscourge, a scourge of single 304s complaining about why are men not approaching them. Because now they're being put on knowledge. So of course she's gonna say, "Oh, it's hopeless. Manosphere is making Manosphere content is hopeless." No, it's hopeless for you not hopeless for men. So that's what she got to rephrase it. It might be hopeless for you, meaning you don't have the upper hand as the woman in the situation anymore. But it's not hopeless for men. This kind of stuff actually saves people's lives, and she's being very disingenuous about that.
Identified myself as a manosphere creator, believing it genuinely wanted to help men, calling out modern feminism.
This is why I have a problem with women calling themselves manosphere creators in general, because that's not what you are. You're a grifter. At best, I'm talking about at best, you're a grifter. At best. Because if somebody showed me Billy Ray Brandt's profile and talked about, oh, she's a female content, sorry, a manosphere creator, I'll be like, according to who? That would be the first thing I say. I'd be like, according to who? What? She's probably a whoa, what are we talking about? A manosphere content creator, but she's a woman? What are you talking about? You have to question. I'm gonna question the source. According to who? Talking about, I would identify myself as a manosphere creator. What kind of, bruh?
Creator, believing it genuinely wanted to help men, calling out modern feminism, promoting masculinity, and empathizing with the struggles men face.
What broad can tell a man how to be a man? It's 12 seconds in. That's why I had to play the video in full in the beginning, because if I had to start breaking it down like I'm doing, like I did in the beginning, you guys would have never even saw the full video. It's just so much lies and cap and so much disingenuousness. Like, I don't know if that's a word, but it's so disingenuous what she's doing.
Men are definitely facing serious issues that I and other creators are well aware of, but the manosphere and its key figures have lost their way. Instead of addressing,
so when she's talking about manosphere and key figures lost their way, who is she talking about? Who are you talking about? What are you talking about? Andrew Tate, what, Myron Gaines, right? The usual suspects, right? They always say, "Oh man, the manosphere is bad." I'm like, okay, so can you give me an example without saying just pearly things and Andrew Tate and who else do they bring up? Kevin Samuels or whatever, whoever they want to bring up. Like for once, I want them to say like, "Oh yeah, guys like TFM are terrible." Just another name. Just give me another name that you're mad about instead of the usual suspects, because they think they know everything about the manosphere, and then they'll say, "But Andrew Tate said," I'm like, bruh, Andrew Tate doesn't even claim like this space. He said specifically, "Oh no, these guys are a bunch of dorks." He doesn't even like us. Even though it's because of people of this space like us is why he got to the position of prominence that he got to, which is the one of the biggest ironies. But anyway, that's why I always say, like, whenever a girl starts talking about the manosphere, I like some of them, but they lost. They're extreme. I'm like, so who are you talking about or is extreme? And if they say Kevin Samuels, if they say Andrew Tate, if they say Fresh and Fit, if they say the whatever podcast or Brian from the whatever podcast, no disrespect, but Andrew Wilson or any of these, if they start saying any of these people, then you're like, oh, you okay. You're just like, oh, okay. So they start saying the usual people, you just like, oh, you don't know. You have no idea what this is. For once, I want them to say like just a different name. Obsidian. I hate Obsidian. You'll be like, oh, you know what? Even though I disagree with you, but at least you gave me a different name. They always say the same people. Obsidian. That's a black manosphere content creator. Anyways.
Addressing these issues with hopeful solutions, it's become a nonstop dunk contest on women, where the absolute worst examples of what it means to be a woman are deceptively promoted as though they represent the average woman in modern society, which
It's the same thing. Okay, man. The funny thing is when you'll have like black dudes say like, "Look, we're not making black women look bad. They're just doing it by themselves." You don't really see white women coming in, like you don't see trad-con white women coming to black women's defense on that. But once we start flipping it to the trad-con conservative Caucasian women, and when we and those guys start saying the same thing, you're taking the worst examples and say where are all of them? And you're just like, bruh. And I would say to you, lady, ma'am, right? It's not us making them look bad. They're doing it by themselves. They're doing it by their TikToks. They're doing it by their social media. They're voluntarily making themselves look bad. We're not damning them. They're damning themselves. Shout out to Pastor David Manning with that quote when he was talking about Barry O. Anyways.
Leads me to the most important point. You have to keep in mind that top creators are feeding an algorithm where negativity sells and their cause takes a backseat to their need to satisfy an audience. I have experienced this firsthand. I've posted reactionary content because I knew it would pull people in, but I stopped.
So here she basically admits to grifting. And when the grift stopped working for her or it negatively backfired on her, now she's against her own grifting. You can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make this stuff up. Now she's against grifting. So she admits to her being part of feeding the beast. Right? Like we say here, feeding the beast. And once it finally backfired on her, now she's against it. Now is the algorithm. Now is the algorithm's fault. It's always somebody else's fault.
Because this only drags viewers deeper into hopelessness. They stop thinking about the things they can improve and instead focus on the enemies highlighted by creators.
So weren't you a part of that? If everything that you said was true, you just admitted that you were a part of that. But when I was doing it, I was just doing my part. I was just doing my part. I thought I was just doing my part. Oh, really? Stop.
This doesn't help men. It only leaves them angrier and more isolated. And if that wasn't enough, the angriest voices head to the comments section and create a groupthink trap where even level-headed men can lose hope.
So she's just mad that the people in the comment section was calling her out when they found out that, you know, what you was talking about wasn't matching your lifestyle. And it's a fair critique. It's a fair critique. I'm sorry, it's a fair critique. But most women they think there's something that they're not, so they won't do the proper introspection. So once they finally get called out, they think that you're the devil. When you're just giving them a fair critique.
Allowing a vocal minority to shape their views of women and dating. In reality, many men, short, fat, tall, skinny, paycheck to paycheck, wealthy, are living fulfilling lives with incredible women who love them. As of
29. Here we go. Then she's gonna come out here with some stats. But anyway, before we even get into that, let's see if I missed the chat. Let me see some of the chats I missed. Right, yeah. Rocky says if they trash the manosphere but mention Andrew Tate, you know they full of caca. Facts. As soon as I hear Andrew Tate, just Pearly, one of these people, I'm like, yeah. I'm just saying, for once, I want them to mention somebody different. Just for once, mention just somebody different. Even mention. I'll even give him a pass. Be like, mention Steph is cold or something. somebody else. Something different. It's always the same people. Just Pearly, Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels, and somebody else. They don't say Hammerhand. They don't say Undead Chronic. They don't say TFM. They don't even mention my boys, like guys that I like who aren't necessarily manosphere creators, but guys like Black Agnostic. I think that's his name. I'm subscribed to his channel. They don't mention Black Agnostic. You know, they don't mention guys like that. They don't mention Iman 67, right? My guy. They don't mention nobody different. It's always the same people they mention. Oh, South Holland, man. What's up, bro? What's up? You missed earlier. I encourage you to watch this full stream after I'm done. I went into a full 5-minute rant about soccer earlier on a situation I experienced last week. But anyway, man. Let me see. Truth Hunter says non-feminine masculine tattoos, sleeves. Oh, by the way, South Holland, just to let you know, I got a strike on my channel, specifically off of a video I did 10 months ago, a 10-minute video. The title was called Incels Are Not the Problem. And they flagged the video as hate speech, and it got removed from my channel, and it got a strike on my channel, by the way. Oh yeah, Taylor. Yeah, they don't mention Taylor the Fiend. Mention somebody, even a grifter. I don't even care if they mention. They don't even mention the grifters. You'd be like, can you find somebody else? Instead of always Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels, and Fresh and Fit. Always the same people, man. Like, wow, like you have no idea what the space is, man.
2019, 61% of men aged 25 to 54 have partners. And I've got
just the fact that she used the word partners. First of all, I hope she double checked that, because just using the word partners, they probably weren't even being gender specific. And second of all, the most recent studies shows that 30% of 30% of young men, which is really the demographic that matters. 30% of young men is like around 30% of young men are not in a relationship, and 60% of women say that they are. That's the statistic that matters. Because it really explains what's wrong with the dating market. Just to begin with, it just shows you what's wrong with the dating market in the first place.
Got news for you. 61% of men those ages are not 6 feet tall, making 100K and looking like Thor. So the next time you're consuming this content, ask yourself, is this just a dopamine hit, a way to validate my victimhood, or is it actually making me a better man? If it's only fueling bitterness, it might be time.
Like I say, if you have a woman talking about what it takes to be a better man, she grifting. I'm sorry, as a woman, you don't. What's that? Oh man, I gotta download that soundbite. She thinks she is a man, but she does not have the equipment to be a man. Pastor Semper, man, with the GOAT soundbites. She thinks she is a man, but she does not have the equipment to be a man. That I like that sound. I gotta download that soundbite, man. That is a GOAT. That is a GOAT soundbite right there. Man.
Time to seek content that actually helps you rather than just feeding your resentment.
Yeah. Billy Ray Brandt.
Manosphere content is making men hopeless. Just a month ago.
Yeah. But anyways, let's see some of the responses. So shout out to Boki X. I don't know who that is. He says right here. He said, nah, the government, feminists, man-hating, getting destroyed in real life, inflation, getting taxed into poverty while seeing women get subsidized and treated special is what's making them hopeless. We have a systematic problem and nothing you can say will fix that. Most married men are unhappy. It's torture most of the time. I will never get married. I know better. That's another thing too. They always that's how you know women are not empathetic people. Like the first thing that they'll mention, they'll be like, more married men are happier than single men. And I'm like, first of all, if anybody that works retail know that that's just false. All you have to do is work retail, and you know that's false. So that's how you know women don't even care about men's happiness, for them to even bring that up when we know that's not true. We all know that's not true. But let me expound, or let me expand upon Boki X's point right here. Let me expand on his point, which I don't even think women get. Women don't even understand the severity of this. Men, when I say men don't have no men's spaces no more, they really have no men's spaces. Do you know how much has been taken from men in such a short period amount of time? Especially if you're talking about Caucasian, you're talking about the average Caucasian man. Do you know how much has been taken from the average Caucasian man in such a short period of time? Or I'll just say men in general. Do you know how much stuff, man spaces, do you know how much has been taken from us in such a I'm not gonna, I can't say small period of time, but in a period of time now, men don't have no spaces. It's crazy. It's crazy work. Hold on for a sec. I want to see if I saved that I want to see if I saved that picture. I want to see if I saved that picture. Because somebody explained it perfectly. So much has been taken. You know what I mean? Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find it. Because so much has been taken. Because I'm talking about, look, like, think about all the traditional male spaces that has been invaded by women. Video games, sports, bars, sports bars, all these spots. Places of work. Yeah, don't even get me started about the religion. Oh shoot. Oh, I thought, never mind. I thought something was crazy was happening on top of me. Pause. I heard something crazy. But anyway. All these traditional spots, don't even get me started on the places of worship, all the places of religion and worship, all these spots, it's been taken over. Comic books, and even the manosphere itself been taken over by grifters like Billy Ray Brandt, right? Samantha Gibson, Melanie King, the list goes on and on and on, right? Where even the so-called social outcasts, like the male outcasts that can't fit in, their spots, there's nowhere for men to go. And then they're just shocked. Where if men have a certain reaction, if women are talking about, why are you guys so mad all the time? Bruh. Oh yeah. Shout out to right here. Because people want to talk about married men. Shout out to this guy. He said, no one has less sex than a monogamous married American man. 16-year-old incels have more sex even. He said, guys, be smart. Don't ever get married. Those are facts. That's something that I didn't even know was a thing until I came across this space, because I used to be like, oh man, I'm single and all this stuff. I need to be, until I found out about marriage. Then I start really figuring out what's happening to, most married men in situations. And I'm like, oh my God, that's not a life. I'm like, so you mean to tell me them old white dudes that was joking, they wasn't joking? Because it'd be like those old white dudes, they be trying to joke with you. You'd be like, oh yeah, when you grow older, you're gonna your favorite word is gonna be yes, dear. And I used to be like, Dad, that ain't no life. And I'd be like, that's just them. That ain't gonna happen to me. Until I realized why they had to be that way. And I was like, oh my God, these guys are being held hostage. They're in a hostage situation. No cap. Oh man. See. Rocky says the heavy hitters of the black manosphere, they never mention because there is no such thing as bad publicity. That's a good point that you just made. So they make sure they're not going to even mention the person's name, because they don't even want the person's name to be out there. I see what you're saying with that. Truth Hunter says they mention the ones who hurt the movement or make the movement look worse. So yeah, that's why they always they put Myron Gaines up there, right? Fresh and Fit, Just Pearly, because, and then they pick on Just Pearly because all she does is repeat talking points from us, and she can't even back it up. And then she goes, and then she picks the most extreme points to highlight. And then when they ask her to back it up, she can't back it up most of the time. That's why they always try to get her on panels so they can make us look bad. And most of the real ones, they get demonetized. South Holland said the left moved way too fast in trying to push change, and it's snapping back now. Facts. They play their hand too strong. Because people forget this used to be a more right-leaning country not too long ago. Not too long ago. They've been really trying to push what they've been trying to push for a minute. Oh yeah, gyms used to be another safe place for men. Not no more. Gym is the club now. Gym is the club. Truth Hunter said only safe place I've seen was this old style gym. It's too gritty and dirty for them. That's the only way maybe you can escape the broads, but it's impossible. It's impossible. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Boy Scouts. Thank you for mentioning the things, because I found somebody online. He had like the list of all the traditional male spaces or the traditional boy spaces where it was just for boys or just for men, and all these spots is invaded. It's not for boys no more, or not for men no more. Hell, you took away the woman from the men, right? That's why I be laughing when liberals be like, why do conservatives hate us so much? And I'm like, are you serious? Look at everything that you just took away from the average like male. You even took away, their woman in their mind. You took away their woman, and they just can't fathom where did this red wave come from? I'm like, oh, you don't know where it came from? Wow. Like, bruh. This red wave of where these undercover misogynistic incels. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You think you think Trump's son, right? Orange Man's son. Do you think he's going to look kindly to liberals after what they try to pull on his dad? Any semblance of him playing nice with liberals in the future, do you think he's even going to remotely even think about playing nice when he gets older? And from reports of what I've heard from celebrities, celebrity trainers, Orange Man's son, I'm talking about according to like, even like some streamers, they say that he's like one of the nicest guys out there. Like I'm talking about his youngest son. I don't know if I'm saying his name right. The really tall dude, right? Any hopes of him playing nice in the future, it's gone. And they're just I'm talking about something's gonna happen like with his youngest son, and he's gonna be more like his dad more than not. And they're gonna be like, why is he so extreme? And I'm like, why do you think you try to murk his dad? I just it baffles my mind, the strategies that the left will use to prove their point, and then they just can't fathom the counterattack, the blowback. He probably wasn't even going to go into politics, but he's probably going to go into politics just to prove a point. See, Truth Hunter said, was there while I was getting gym equipment fixed and didn't see one woman. Yeah, it's probably one of those old rickety gyms where there's nothing. She can't gain. The average woman can't gain nothing from it. But yeah. Yep, Truth Hunter said majority of gyms, they're basically like dens. Dens. It's clubs. It's clubs now. Gyms are basically clubs. And believe it or not, a lot of men don't want most men don't even really like club environments. Most of them are there for women for the most part, and they can't even get that at the club, so that's why they stopped going. I don't know why people can't put two and two together with that. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Oh, yo, facts. Rocky said they should have hid the Reddit space called Dead Bedrooms. I've seen some stories from that, not from the actual page, but like just like snippets here and there. Bruh. Or they'll see like the posts from men where they're basically forced in to having to share their wife in an open in an open marriage where they have to just accept that. And the stories I saw on that is crazy. And they're just and women just can't fathom why men don't want to get married. That's why I laugh when they say, well, married men are the happiest. I'm like, are you sure about that? I'm like, so why is it that now most men don't want to get married? What is that about? If they're the happiest, whether short term or long term, if happiness is involved, why are men are like, oh, never mind. It's crazy. Yep, even gentlemen's clubs are like lounges. So now the strip clubs used to be only men in there, and then you just have the girls doing what they do, working. But now the strip clubs are now basically meetup spots for everybody. It's crazy. Yep. Pyro said Joker talked about the Boy Scouts. And when he's talking about Joker, he's talking about Better Bachelor. Talked about the Boy Scouts becoming the Scouts, and the Girl Scouts are still existing. It's yeah, it's wild. It's wild. You see some. Truth Hunter says, and funny thing is, lib women would thirst over him if they didn't know his name. He talking about Donald Trump's youngest son. But yeah, they don't even understand. I'm like, why would you do something like that? And not only that, you have people online saying that they wish that the shooter didn't miss and all this stuff. I'm like, bro, what do you think? I'm like, you do know this guy has sons, he has family. What do you think these people, like, if they see this, how does he even look at the average liberal the same? How? How? Eh, But people, they don't think about stuff like that. They don't think about it. Rocky said the CrossFit gyms aren't that bad. The females there actually are about that ish. Well, I'll say with the CrossFit, yeah, but you know, even the apparel that they wear, and I know that yeah, they do work. They do work. I'm not shutting that down, but still same thing. Same thing. You gotta understand this. Sexuality is a woman's only agency, bottom line. Sexuality is a woman's number one agency. So whatever position that they're going to put themselves where they can dress a certain way, they're going to do it. So it's rare that they're like in a CrossFit situation and and it's rare that they are fully covered. If I can put it like that. It's rare that they're going to be fully covered. Only the women from the Middle East be trying to be like covered and shit and stuff. Everybody else they gonna show everything. South Holland says I've only seen one woman in a gym that was dressed conservatively in this new era. Women used to never come to the gym. Facts. I remember. I remember even, dude. I remember even in, dude, in 2011 or 2000, yeah, 2010. While I'm talking about, I was in middle school. Sometimes I would go to the gym with my mom, and I'm telling you, there was not the only woman that you would see, other women that you would see in the gym. They were probably a lot older or around my mom's age at that time. There wasn't a whole lot of women at the gym, and my mom was at the gym for like what 5 years after a health scare, and I'm talking about she's been there ever since. But basically, what end up happening is she's the only person that, like, she's like the one of the few women that the other dudes respect in the gym because like she would, like, my mom does, she doesn't like when she would go to the gym, she always have a full, like, sweater, and she's like fully covered, no, there's like no chance you see my mom, like, she doesn't even wear short sleeves at the gym, even I'm talking about even back then, because like my mom used to never, I'm talking about my mom used to never go to the gym. She never even thought about going to the gym until she had a a health scare, and she was like, "Uh-oh." She went like cold turkey after that, after a health scare. So she would go to the gym and, fully covered. But I remember going to the gym with my mom. There was no woman. There was barely any woman at that gym. You'll see like some older women, and they were like super fit. Like the few women that you would see at the gym during that time, they would be like Wonder Woman, meaning like they would have, I'm not saying muscles, but they would be extremely fit, like extremely fit. and they weren't wearing like nothing. They were covered. You know what I mean? So that's what that wasn't too long ago. That was not too long ago, you know? So back then women would not go to the gym. And what people need to understand is this: when you see these girls at the gym, it's I don't know how to say this. You can only really respect it if they're in their late 30s or 40s and they have a shape. That's You can only respect it then. Even if they are using HGH, you can respect it then. Even if they are looking for attention in their late 30s and 40s, you can still give them their respect if they're still in shape during that age at a gym. The reason why I say this, because most of the fitness channels that you see on IG with these fitness chicks, they're just there at the gym taking photos. They're not working out. I'm just keeping a buck with you. They're not working out. They're doing like a little weights here and there, but they're not working out. Most of them. They're just there to take pictures. Trust me. If you think I'm lying, ask the women that actually go to the gym seriously. They'll tell you they're not working out. But the thing is, when you're talking about young women, when they're in their early 20s, they're just waking up. They wake up that what you see on they just wake up kind of that way. So they're not really putting in that kind of work to get the shape that they're getting. They're just where they have the fat deposited in certain parts of their bodies, right? That we like. That's not the gym. That's just nature. You see those old church ladies that we see that, oh, they're unattractive, they're fat, and they used to look like what you see those. So they used to look like that. If you look at when they were in their 20s, when they were in their late teens, they used to look like those IG models that you see. They didn't work out for that body. They just woke up like that. Especially when you're dealing with a young girl, they're not working out to get the body that they get. That's just Mother Nature blessing them. Most of them go to the gym just for the photo ops and the attention. They're not really putting in real work. They're not putting in real work. They're coming into the gym with like full makeup. They're not there to work out. They're just taking advantage of what Mother Nature is blessing them with, and they're just taking then they're buying cute gym outfits and then taking photos. That's what they're doing. He said South Holland said Truth Hunter said a friend got his car window smashed by a CrossFit chick. He said these women just come in dressed like 304s and they saying it's for comfort. Facts. Homie, like I don't want to bring like when my mom had the health scare, she wasn't fat. She wasn't fat. She was skinny. She's still skinny, but she wasn't fat. It's just the health scare that she had to do with something internally, and she's like, "Nah, I got to get this fixed." Right? But when you're younger, the weight is not like bulking up on you like that. So I'm telling you, when you see like them old church ladies that you see, and they're you like, ugh. I'm telling you, when they were younger, you'd be like, wow, you'd be thirsting over her. You'd have been, you'd be mad if she rejected you. But it's just most of that is just Mother Nature. What they got, it's just Mother Nature. All because he chose a friend over her. Pyro says, I see women complain. Let me see. Pyro says, I see women complain about not seeing a lot of men at the gym and night in nightclubs. I like it. Yeah, it's a lot like you'll even hear women like, I don't see men at the gym no more. It's not work. And plus, I it kills me when I hear guys be like, "Yo, I see this girl at my gym, man, and I want to ask her out." Bruh, don't do it. That's like one of the worst places to ask out a girl or a woman is at the gym. That's first of all, that's no, don't do it. Unless if you're a Chad or if you're doing one of those content videos where you're asking women questions and all this stuff, maybe. And even then, I say no. I say the time to ask a girl out at a gym is if it's like so obvious. Like, and most men are not going to receive that treatment. So I always say, don't even worry about it. I'm talking about it's gotta be super obvious. It's gotta be like a hot lead. A hot lead. It needs to be a hot lead. You know what I mean when I say that? And even then, I always say if you want to ask a girl out, do it at a gym that you're not usually going to. Do it at a gym that where like if you're traveling, say if you're traveling, you're on a work trip, you go into like the hotel gym or you go into a gym in a town that you barely be at. Yeah, maybe that's the time to be brave, but I wouldn't do it. Especially not at my home gym. That's crazy. South Holland said women used to be in the house doing Julian Michaels videos with the step up. Facts. Facts. That wasn't too long ago. That was not too long ago. I'm sorry. The early 2000s to me is still like yesterday to me. That was not too long ago. 2000s, the 2000s is still fresh on my mind, man. Still fresh on my mind. Okay. South Island said the women in the gym don't be sweating or anything. Facts. They come in full cake makeup, don't even be sweating. Yep. Pyro said it best. He said trying to date a woman at your favorite gym is like asking out a chick at your job. She's going to call HR. Facts. And not only that, say, okay, best case scenario, it goes perfectly at your gym. You do know you're going to break up with her or she's going to break up with you. And what happens? We already know what happens when a woman break up with you. Now she's going to say you're creepy. She's going to ask for a restraining order. People don't think 10, 12 steps ahead. Or if you're one of them trainer dudes that like to sleep with his clients, beware of that. That can bite you in the butt too. So, people don't want to, a lot of dudes, they don't want to think ahead. They just, they want to. Oh man. I always say this: the male sex drive test. I always say testosterone is a real thing, man. Testosterone is a real thing, man. That's all I can say. Yeah. He said, yeah, they only think with their lower head. That's what they're thinking. They're not thinking with your big. You gotta think with your big head. You think with your big head, you can actually run across a woman that could set you up, that can get you some money, and that could actually set you up with better women. But people don't want to. They don't want to. They're like, nah, I got to get rid of this drought. Only man, the only thing that has protected me doing this music stuff is because I ain't been smashing none of the people I work with. Even when it comes to music, okay, man, this is my shot. Let me ask this girl. Don't do it. Keep it business. You don't want to have that reputation of being a perv and you're trying to make money, especially if you're trying to make money in the music game, sports. Trust me, you don't, because imagine you have that reputation of being a perv and then you get say if you like sports, but you get a dream job, but it involves, coaching women, but it's still a dream job. It's just you got to coach women. But then now you have that reputation on you. Word is going to get around, and then you could lose your dream job just because of one slip up. And I'm talking about it could have gone perfectly well with the girl too, but one slip up because you broke up with her or you moved on. You know, these are the things people got to be, man. We got to be careful with that. That's something I've, especially with this music stuff. Thankfully, people haven't found my channel yet. Really, even though there's some people I've done music with, they see my channel, right? But these are the things you gotta think. But imagine if I already had that reputation and then people started seeing my channel. Oh my God. Imagine if I smashed just one person that I was doing music with, just one. And then I would have been beat. Because at the end of the day, the most that they can say, oh, he's harmless. He's harmless. He's professional. He shows up on time, doesn't argue, gets along with everybody. That's all they can say. That's it. That's it. Okay, I'll give you another example right now. Oh, I told you that story about that Asian girl I knew that also does that plays keyboard, but she bat crazy. She bat crazy. But she wanted to go at me one time, and I didn't obviously shut it down outright. The thing is with women, they're not going to tell you they want to smash. They're just going to put certain things out there so you finish the deal. That's what they do, right? So I left that alone. Eventually that helped me out because something happened, a gig was open, I couldn't make it. I almost set her up with the gig of her life, but something didn't work out between her and the promoter, whatever. She didn't have time. And then I also found out she had another dude that she was seeing on the side outside of the boyfriend that she had just broke up with. So imagine if I smashed, and then meanwhile, the other dude that she's with, thinking that she's only with him, and the dude that she's going out with right now is part of the music business, a promoter himself. That could have ended up backfiring on me on a big way. It's just that, and it was just one night. I could have just been like, hey, yeah, she lived near me too. Please. That could have been that was a layup for me. And I was like, nah. I was like, nah, this is too easy. I was like, this is way too easy. That could have ended up backfiring on me. Really, I'm talking about really backfiring on me. Really backfiring on me. Another example right now at this spot. My cousin's girl came through. She was she was playing, right? So this is what it is. Me and my cousin's girl, his current girl right now, the one I said as a single mammy. So I have this thing where anytime she comes around, I act like I don't know who she is. So she'll come up to my cousin's crib, and I would open the door, and I'd be like, but wait, before I open the door, I'd be like, who is this? and she'll be like, yo, because I always want to antagonize. I want to incur the straggle that she tries to hide, but she can't hide the straggle within her. So it's just funny to me, right? But we have that kind of a joking kind of thing. So she came through. My cousin and his girl came through. We happened to be me and my cousin's girl. We happened to be talking while I was at the keyboard at the studio session. It was like mad people in there, recording, whatever, blah, blah. But we were only talking for like 50 seconds, whatever. And she just happened to talk about, oh, I didn't know you play keyboard and all this stuff. I thought you just whatever. And then we was talking for like 50 seconds tops. And then she went back to my cousin, right? There was another girl that I was talking to the previously. I'm not saying something could have developed from this other girl that I was with. She came through with her people. I was gonna say hi to her, but I didn't want to leave the keyboard because we were in the middle of a sesh. But I could see through the corner of my eye. She saw the interaction between me and that girl. And then me having to wave off another dude because I was actually telling another dude, oh no, that's my cousin's girl. That's off limits. Right. But the way I was waving him off, it was like people thought that was my girl over there until they saw her with my cousin. In the corner of my eye, I saw this girl that I was talking with the other day. She was interested the previous week. She saw that interaction. And it's just like, it was like that her whole demeanor and like the hope in her eyes like changed because I'm not saying that she maybe wanted to go out with me, but because of the opportunity of working together. And you never know, when you're working together, things be happening. That's how it goes. But it's almost like she didn't come with that same energy like she did the previous week. And she ended up, instead of like, and she kind of has like this kind of routine with her where she's kind of standoffish, but she liked me a little bit. She did. She liked me a little bit, but she came in there a little bit more hopeful, a little bit, but she saw that interaction and it was like, now imagine if I smashed, meaning imagine if the previous week I spent more time with her instead of being on the keyboard. Imagine if if because I have her number already, but imagine if I was going in. Imagine if I was like, oh man, I'm gonna do this running game and selling her a dream and whatnot. Now she comes through, same studio, and she sees me talking, and it's not a girl that I'm messing with. I'm sitting there talking with my cousin's girl for like 50 seconds. That's it. Tops. And the only thing I'm joking about is, look, I'm not drinking your Hennessy. No, that's all I'm talking about. But just that her seeing that interaction, she felt a certain type of way. Just off that interact. Now imagine if I already smashed. Imagine if I already smashed. Or imagine if I asked her out. Oh, this is what we're doing. I would have been hearing that nonsense. This is what we're doing. Especially with a guy like me. Because people don't understand. It's like the Chads, they don't get the brunt of women's anger. It's guys like me. Or not even really guys like, it's those guys in the middle. The guys that they deem that women will deem average or below average, or guys that they deem, he's not that kind of guy. He's going to be faithful to me, or he's going to do. And then once they find out that you be talking with other women, that's when they lose their mind. That's when there's like, oh, I can't believe he would do this. This is why I have to stay disciplined. People don't understand. Like, people understand. Like, I remember there was another girl. I always talk about. I talked about this before when I was on tour with the jazz band, when I was in Miami, when I was focused. Right, there was a girl who I still have contact with, but she lives in Miami. When I was performing at the Miami spot, I don't want to say the name, but the irony is, it's actually the club. It's literally, it's near the Fresh and Fit spot. That's all I can say about it. It's literally, it's right. it's right near that spot. Anyways, that now is going to be too obvious now, but Spanish spot. Anyways, she comes up, we talk for a good, 5-10 minutes, whatever. We exchange info, whatever. But I was so focused, I didn't even see the signs. So right afterwards, she was still talking with her friends, looking over at me, giggling, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh yeah, whatever. But that's how focused I was. I didn't even care. And then my was it the drummer and the trumpet player, even the bass player was like, yo, you did you get the digits? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, oh no, she likes you. I'm like, I don't think this is the time. And I'm like, I'm in my mind, I'm giving them excuses. I'm like, look, I know I'm getting better at the material, but I'm not 100% on the material. I gotta stay focused. I gotta stay focused. And they were like, oh yeah, whatever. But looking back and you looking back at the interaction, I was like, oh yeah, she was choosing just for that night. But she's she does music as well, and she's actually good. No, she's actually good at what she does, but you never know. Maybe I might need that contact later on for money purposes. Because people take into account, okay, what if you smash and dash and she feels a certain way about it and you don't contact her no more or you don't visit her? What if things go well? What if I smash that night, then I come back to the RV, whatever, and then we moved to the next state because we went from New Orleans to Florida, and then from like Florida, I think right back to we went from Texas to Florida, and then I think we drove to New Orleans. I think I don't remember correctly. Oh no, we went from Florida then to Atlanta. Yeah, we went from Florida to Atlanta. We went to New Orleans before the Houston gig, right? So imagine I do that, I smash, things go well or bad, but I'll say best case scenario, things go well. Now I'm literally traveling from state to state now, and I'm not messaging her. I'm not doing this. She's blowing up my phone and like, look, and I'm telling her, look, I gotta focus on this. Now she has my contact info. She has my social media. If now she's gonna now say if I smash it, then she feels a certain type of way because I'm not messaging her. People don't understand like the trickle down effects that could happen from that. Like I think about the future on that one. Like that it, and I'm not saying don't enjoy yourself and don't take advantage of the opportunities, but I'm just saying, like, you never know. It's a really small world, man. It's a really really small world. A really small world. Right? Yeah, South Holland says women never directly come at you to smash because they always want the last right of refusal. Facts. Because they want to have that leeway to be like, well, I didn't want you to. Because you ever seen those videos where it'll be a guy talking about, oh yeah, I respected her boundaries, but then the next night she was talking about why you didn't do anything. I think almost every other guy has been through that. I've been through that, but the difference between me and the average guy on that, as soon as a woman does that, meaning you respect her boundaries, and then you go home and then and then she sends you a text like, why didn't you try nothing? You need to block her immediately. You need to block her. And I know most men won't do that, but you have to block her. You have to. That's a woman playing games on you. I'm talking about you need to block her so fast if she does that. You're better off her just using you. Because if you have a girl playing with you like that, where you're respecting her boundaries, and then all of a sudden the next night talking about why didn't you try nothing? No. You got to block. You have to block her immediately, because that's not even something to joke about. Truth Hunter says STD crazy X BF may lie to come off as not as easy. Like, it's just look, because I'm just saying, what if things go too well and now she likes you for real, and now I'm sitting there traveling state to state. When are you gonna come back to Miami? Babe, I make how much money? I don't be making money like that. Trust me, just come back, bruh. Now I refuse. Now, or best case scenario, okay, now I'm in a long distance relationship. How does that help any of us? Because we already know she's gonna do what she do, and I'm in another state. So how does that even help anything? If things go too well, nah. Like I said, yeah, like I always say this, like, you got to understand where you are in the pecking order. Because I know I'm not a Chad. I know I'm not a Tyrone. Yes, I might come off as a Pookie at times, but I'm not a Pookie. Okay. So I'm not going to get away with most circumstances, I'm not going to get away with just being able to smash and enjoy my time. I can only do something like that if I'm on like vacation or something, right? That's the only time if I could probably do something like that. It's if I'm on vacation. But if I'm like traveling for work, I probably can't get away with that. Most likely not. Mean, especially if the person knows my travel buddies, my travel work buddies. No, that's a risk. Pyro said she's good. No, she's good. She's good. I can tell though, like she would have been worth the risk, because I can tell like she comes from some kind of money. This is a European Spanish type chick, right? So she can speak Spanish, she can sing in Spanish, she can speak English. Oh, okay. I think I'm putting too much out there, but she's good. She's good at what she does. And she always seems to have enough money to hire a band, but she still can't get her views up for some weird reason. I don't know. She doesn't know how to work the YouTube algorithm thing, but she's good. She's talented. She's working. I'm not gonna say she's uberly talented. She needs to be discovered, but she's good. She's good at what she does. She's good enough to where she can get things cracking, on the music side of things, man. Okay. Ooh, the irony is 9/11 right now. The irony. Anyways, let's look if I have one more thing on Twitter to show you. Another TradCon that be tricking people. Oh yeah, I think I do got one. Because I probably might drop a video on this soon. But this TradCon, she went viral. This TradCon went viral. Not her. I don't think it's her. I think it's this broad here.
I would love to be a stay-at-home mom. I would love to be a homemaker and a wife.
Yeah, this girl right here. This girl right here. So here this girl, she's her rant kind of went viral. So let's take a listen to her talk about what she would have liked to do. She feels like that she's been forced to be a career woman. in her opinion, right? Not the brunette is going to be a blonde chick, but Let me see something real quick. Oh yeah. Let me actually show it via Pearl Davis's account. Let me show it through Pearly Thing's account, where she's saying this girl, she's trying to say that she's been forced to be a career woman, basically. This trad gone girl's saying I'm basically being forced to be a career woman, a single career woman in her late 20s.
I would love to be a stay-at-home mom. I would love to be a homemaker and a wife.
Oh, fair use, by the way. Fair use. Because this is on coming from a YouTube. This is coming from some kind of platform, and you know those far right platforms are very stingy with their copyright and fair use. So I'm gonna have to pause it throughout and do commentary.
I would love to be a stay-at-home mom. I would love to be a homemaker and a wife. I would love to be able to live on a homestead and go milk my cow and take the eggs out of the chicken coop and have one baby in the belly and on my hip and another toddler coming behind me. That's like my dream.
So, do you believe her so far? And another question I would ask, what's stopping you from doing that? Nothing's really stopping you from getting that, but why are you what's her excuse? What's her excuse going to be for why she can't achieve this?
But I can't fucking do that because the way the economy is set up is I'm forced to work. I'm forced to get an education, a higher education, a college degree in order to make enough money that I can be financially independent and afford my own home or my own rent or my own gas or my own groceries, my own insurance.
Were you really forced to do that? Were you forced to go to college and do what you said? I don't know what she's getting at. But like I said, most trad con dudes, they're gonna get a hard on. Like this is a for trad con dudes, it's like, oh, this is perfect. I like what she's saying right here. But most do like, yeah. But for a thinking man like myself, I'm gonna be like, what's stopping you from doing that now? You say the economy is making you do that. Is it really? Is it? It's the same way when TradCon women complain about what the school is teaching their kids. I'm like, so why don't you homeschool your kids? Oh no, what we can, what I have to. Well, you might not be able to live in a bigger house, but you can have it set up where your man is working a certain job or the woman is working a certain job, and have the man teach the kids at school, right? A homeschool, right? Have the man homeschool the kids, right? And make sure you have a job where you guys can get by, and he can have a home, and then he can have it where he has a home business where he's making money on the side to help you supplement that, or reverse it, have the man work, and then you as the woman, you teach the kids, and then you have a home business to supplement as supplemental income. Now, you probably won't be able to show off the stuff that you can buy to impress your neighbors or your family, but like I said, if you really cared about your kids, maybe you would do it like as I said it. But let's keep it a buck. You most people, all they want to do is they want to impress the Jones. They compare their life to everybody else. You know what I mean? And they get caught up in what they get caught up in.
Insurance, and it's extremely difficult to do that, and it's very isolating as a woman when you have to do all of that all on your own, and you can't find somebody that you can outsource some of those chores and financial responsibilities like you would with a spouse. So
I see what it is. It's getting too hard for her now. She's hitting that wall. She's hitting that proverbial wall where she's like, yo, she's finally realizing my career, I'm going to have to do this for the next, how do I say so? She looks like she's 27, right? 27, 28, 20 at yeah, I'll say she looks 28. So she's realizing I have to do this for the next, basically the next 42 years of her life. The next 40 years, she's going to have to keep doing this. And I'm just saying if she retires, because the way the economy is, most people are not going to be able to retire. You're going to have to work till you fall out. Because I don't even think retirement is a possibility for most Americans now. So she's going to have to she's going to have to do this for the next 40 to 50 years. And it's finally hitting her because, when you're younger, you have the energy, you can do this, you can do that. She was probably talking crazy to dudes about how she's out earning men and doing all this. She was probably bragging about all this stuff, but now I need to outsource some of my problems. I need to offload some of this weight. I get it. I get it now. You need help.
No, being a single working woman absolutely sucks. It's the worst thing ever. I hate it. I would go back to
Hold on for a second. Before she even says that nonsense that she's gonna say, let's repeat what she said. Whoa, let me repeat what she just said. She said, being a single working woman sucks. I would go back to the 1950s if I could. Crazy.
Being a single working woman absolutely sucks. It's the worst thing ever. I hate it. I would go back to the 1950s in a second just so I wouldn't have to deal with this shit.
You're talking about a traditional nuclear family where the woman doesn't work in a...
Interesting. And like I always say, when you're talking about the trad cons, they're always trying to relive a 1950s fantasy, which is a very, a very misconceptualized time, the 1950s, with the trad cons are trying to go back to. I don't think they understood that was just a period of time where that they don't understand the elements where, because like during that time, men were being prioritized, specifically military men. We're talking about men coming back from the army, men going into the army. This is during a time where like the man was the man. I'm the man, right? You guys ever watch that from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? I'm the man. So that was during that kind of a time. So that's already number one. So off rip, you probably wouldn't be able to talk. Number two, the quote unquote stay at home moms, right? They were still, a lot of them were still working. It's just they weren't like the jobs that they were working wasn't crazy. Like it was something where they could just, if they had a small job, it was like very minimal, or they would do stuff. They would do stuff at home, or they basically, whatever they were doing, they were prioritizing homemaking, making the house a home. That was their priority. That doesn't mean they didn't have the stuff at the side. And that doesn't mean that they still weren't being school teachers on the side. That doesn't mean that they weren't, doing some nursing, what I mean, being nurses on the side. So that's a very misconceptualized time, because they think that, or if the woman was at home, she wasn't doing nothing, right? They were, because you didn't have a automatic dishwasher. They had to, you know what I mean? They didn't have a laundry machine, right? They didn't have a dryer, right? Or air fryer and all this stuff. So everything had to be done by scratch. So they prioritized doing that because everything had to be done by scratch. Food, cleaning, right? All that. So that's that 1950s when that's what the trad cons, they want that. So they want to, how do I say it? what's the word for it? I forgot the word for it. They magnetize. I don't know. It's another word for magnetize or something. Like they magnify that time. They put it so much on a pedestal, so much, but they don't realize what was really going on during that time. You know.
Second, just so I wouldn't have to deal with this shit.
You're talking about a traditional nuclear family where the woman doesn't work in a married household with kids.
And statistically,
You
that
are
was the
you're a
case.
single
But like I said, they weren't, because they just think that they're just going to be able to just sit back and not do nothing. No, women were women were working. They were just working primarily for the family. Their job was their home, right? That the home was their job. They were still working. They was just working for the family. That's what a lot of them don't get. I hope they don't think like, remember that one girl that said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna get a farmer and I'm gonna just be a farmer girl." And I'm like, you do know when it comes to being on a farm, it's all hands on deck. So that's why you'll even have couples that were farmers, right? They would have as much kids as possible so they can have as much help as possible, because it's all hands on deck. To work on a farm is like, that's no joke. It's all hands on deck. You're working every day. Everybody, you're working every day.
single woman who isn't married with kids yet. Like,
So I'm for it because of the way it is. Most women were married.
So right here, so the woman here, she says, so you're talking about the nuclear family, but she's saying, but you're a single working woman with no kids. So that's a fair point.
For because of the way it is. Most
who isn't married with kids yet. Like,
statistically, that was the case.
You're a single woman who isn't married with kids yet. Like,
So I'm for it because of the way it is. Most women were.
So she tries to brush it off. It's because it's the way it is. No, nothing's stopping you from getting what you're saying that you want. It's funny now at the age of 27 and 28. Oh, I need to outsource this labor, right? Really?
Were married by the age of 21 up until the 1970s.
I think it's a woman's choice. Before that, it was societally encouraged to marry young.
Yeah, and it was better for women mental health wise long term to be able to go into that long term committed relationship and have the established family instead of being forced to slave away for a corporation that doesn't like you, doesn't care about you, makes you sit under fluorescent lights for 8, 9, 10 hours a day. You get a lunch break, you get health insurance, but do you have somebody who loves you staring at you every day like your child?
So I would have to ask this girl here, this woman here, because she says this now. But I'm pretty sure 3 years ago, 4 years ago, she was not on that same time. She probably saw herself as above most men. Let's keep it a buck, because we know women like this. They think they're better than most men because they got a job at a certain point in time. They don't realize a lot of those jobs are they basically give women more chances to be in certain positions now, whether it be through DEI or they're trying to fill in a quota, but they don't understand most of these spots that they have is supposed to be for a man, but they have it now because of whatever agenda that needs to be pushed. But I'm pretty sure during that time she thought, oh man, I'm doing better than most men. That's what it really is, because I always say this. I know career women, but they wanted to do the career for the career, or they wanted to do it because, their mom had cancer and they need somebody to pay the bills or something crazy like that, right? Or they wanted to be the woman of the family to do something first. And it's not necessarily because they're a woman. They just wanted to do something first in the family, right? But a woman like this, she decided to become a career woman so she can quote unquote be better than the average guy. That's why they get careers like that. So because in their mind, when they're doing it, oh, I'm better than the average man in their mind. Now, that mentality ends up shifting once they get older. Hence why a person like me will come in and be like, is that really genuine? Is that really a genuine energy from that? So, that's what I would say,
No, it's horrible.
So she's saying all of this stuff now, but I'm pretty sure she was singing a different tune back then, you know? That's why I can't take somebody like that seriously. Cuz I already know during that time she was talking cash-ish. I done been inside these classrooms, man. She just doesn't want to work that hard no more. That's all it is. She looking for help. Pyro says you are a professional Pookie, Chris. South Holland says there are women who I can still call for opportunities that I never pressed to smash. If you're disciplined, they can open doors for you. Facts. People underestimate if you're a person that stays disciplined, you not a cockhound. Women will open doors for you, dog. There are women in this world that are plugged, and you would never guess who's plugged, who got connections. You'd be surprised, dog. You'd be surprised. Garrett says she can do that now. Yeah, exactly. It's time for she. Hey, that's the life you chose. Hold on. Shout out to Pyro. He said forced, but shout out to South Holland here. He says outsource is a crazy word to use when referring to marriage. These kids have no clue. Facts. Instead of just saying just outright married, talking about outsource. But it basically proves our talking points. When these women get into these arrangements, it's not love. It's not love. It's not. Oh man. Truth Hunter says, a few people who are 80s, mid 90s who are unretired. Well, I know it's not really a whole bunch of retired, financially stable people in general, especially in America. That's why the ones that they had to like move somewhere completely different, or um they had to like move countries. South Island says my grandma worked the kitchen coops and did all the gardening. They also had cooked for my grandfather every single day since they got married at 17. He's never eaten anybody else's food. Yeah, same with same with same with my grandparents. So oh yeah, same thing with my grandparents. South Island said they don't get what it takes. They like the idea, but not practical application. I got stories of the stuff people don't understand, like even like in other countries where where the woman would have to take the goat and kill it and cook it, doing all that stuff from scratch. Now everything, you got a microwave, you got an oven, you got like the stoves are not even the same. Got air fryers, all this stuff. And then you have women now, they believe they call it unpaid labor when they have to do that stuff now. It's the funniest thing. He said they don't get what it takes. They like the idea, but not the practical application. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they don't know. She will regret it when she's 40 with no eggs. They always do. They always do. And watched. Yeah. Pyro said menopause is already taking effect, and most men don't want no. Shanu, aka cheesecake. Truth Hunter says, and unattractive to point, she'd be lucky to get a 70 to 80-year-old. So this brings me up to another point. But actually, let me see. Let me see if I missed any comments. But shout out to Pearly here. I got to give her props. She says there is zero accountability for this woman's choices in any of this. No one pointed a gun to her head and forced her to work and not marry young. The way she is speaking, you would think she is working hard labor, but my guess is an office job. Facts. She's probably just working a regular corporate desk job, making 60 to 70K a year, maybe 80K, maybe 80, maybe, but mostly 60 to 70K a year, and she's drowning in debt. And she's realizing that, like, right now I'm in a spin cycle. You know? Shout out to everybody else in the comments. They're just like, yo, that's on you. Nobody forced you to do that. Hey, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. But this brings me to my next point. I wanted to point this out. I don't know if I can. Because I wanted to show something real quick. I wanted to show something real quick. Because this stuff is funny to me. Where they talk about because right now, what we have right now, we have women passing the blame on each other on why they're working career women with no prospects. You know, it's the funniest thing. They're everybody's passing the blame. Everybody's passing the blame. So I'm gonna show you two quick videos that are connected to each other, right? And oh crap, that's not it. Must have copied the wrong link. Anyway, let's try this one more time. Oh godly. Here we go. So remember when I said most of the women that are living the way that they are living in, why they have a career, why they quote unquote don't need no man, is because I told you their parents, but mainly the older women in their family told them to do that. So right here, let's take a listen to this young woman, young career woman. She's going to explain why she's a young career woman with no kids and no prospects of dating, and she's going to blame it on her parents.
I want to dismantle this thought that it's too late.
Yes.
Because I think that I'm a millennial, and like millennial women were really set up for the okie doke because they told us from when we were little, don't depend on anybody. Make sure you get your own. Always be independent. Go to college. Get an education. Don't have a don't put a man before your, like, we were hammered. The messaging was go to college, have something that you can stand on, and then think about a man and a baby. And a lot of us did that, and what that did was it made us older, entering motherhood. We started thinking about making a family later, and then I feel like we just got shamed on the back end. And we were like, wait a minute, but I thought this is what we were supposed to do.
Fair use, by the way, fair use. More women avoiding accountability, right? Now, you know, it's going to be a lot of women in the comment section that you see here saying, no, you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing. Now, let me show you this video right here. I'm going to show you a quick video right here, which usually, just to let you know, and I'm not trying to make fun of this woman that I'm about to show you for crying, but this kind of nonsense always ends in tears. And I always say this, in the decade of 2030, I'm scared of what's going to happen in the 2030s decade. I'm scared of what's to come. I'm scared because there's gonna be a lot of broads with a really rude wake up call on how this world really works. You know what I mean? So right here, I want you to listen to this video, and here you're gonna have women who are clearly over 30 in tears talking about their prospects of having a baby, having a relationship, and how the older they get, the prospects are dwindling and dwindling. So all that rah rah better than men and doing all this stuff, women power and all this stuff, this is usually the outcome of this stuff.
So one thing that I want discussed or want advice on is how to navigate being in your now mid-30s for me, being single and being childless when wanting to find a partner and wanting to have children.
Fair use, by the way, fair use. Fair use. I might have to pause this a couple of times because you never know.
Is something that you really want. It's something that I really struggle with because I'm starting to feel like I'm the only one that's not found somebody, and that missing out on having children is maybe a real possibility.
Notice when they get to this age, it's not a matter of I messed up, I should have gotten it early. It's always I'm missing out. So they're the only one in their friend group or in their family group that doesn't have a kid or doesn't have a husband. They couldn't find a simp husband to take care of them. They couldn't find a Chad to take care of them, whatever the case that may be. It's always, oh, I'm missing out. It's not a genuine that, oh, I want a kid because I genuinely want a kid. They want a kid because they're missing out, or they don't want to be the only person in the friend group that doesn't have a kid. Notice that, guys.
I'm at the age where most of my school friends, my work friends, everyone is engaged, married, partnered, pregnant, has children. And it seems like all of what I see are engagement announcements and wedding invitations and pregnancy announcements.
Notice it's not a genuine desire for her to actually have a kid. She's just comparing her life to others, and that's usually how it works with women. They end up being in a space where a lot of their friends start getting pregnant, or a lot of their friends start getting married. Then all of a sudden, oh shoot, I got to start getting married as well. It's always copycat. It's always monkey see, monkey do with them. So this is why, like, I always, if you're a dude and we're in a situation with a girl, all of a sudden she wants to get pregnant, you need to do the research and make sure it's not like a situation where everybody in her friend group is pregnant. Now she wants to get pregnant. You have to really do the research on all of a sudden, oh my God, why does she want a kid now? Or all of a sudden, why did no birth control? Whoa, what's going on? You got to do the research first, Also, let me exit out of this tab. Continue.
And birth announcements. And I'm so happy for those people. It's such a bittersweet feeling. I'm getting emotional. It's such a bittersweet feeling every time because I'm scared I'm going to miss that. As much as people can say, oh, you've got time, biologically you don't. And that's a real thing to consider.
Okay. And you see the girl that's listening to the story, she was crying.
One thing.
Because clearly she's in a situation as the caller. But hey, I mean, I always say this: if a broad ends up in a position like that, that's on you. That's on you, But imagine now it's gonna be this, but like magnetized by like 1,000 in the future. It's gonna be crazy bad. Truth Hunter said that they're sad because they're missing out on bragging about their kids and how much their man is whipped. Facts. I don't know if I have a sound, but that should be pinned. I don't know. Well, I can't pin it on here, but that comment, that is the comment of the day. Like that is the comment of the day. I don't know if I have a soundbite for that, but I don't know. No, that's not it. That's not. I clicked like a random sound thing on my because they already have some default sounds waiting for you on the StreamYard before you download sounds. But anyways, that's a whole other story. That is facts. Everything is always about the sisterhood. It's a gang. It's a it is what it is. It's a gang. It's a forever gang that I always say this, the women that are truly happy in life, they might have a quote unquote sisterhood. No. This is what I say. The truly happy women in life, from my observation, they don't go by, they're not in no sisterhood. They just like to help women in general. They just help women. That's what they do. They'll just help women. You don't have to join their group chat. You don't have to join their Facebook thing or whatever. They a genuinely happy woman or a genuinely happily single woman, they're just a woman enjoying life, and then they just help women without them asking for it back. They'll just help. That's what they do. But most women are always part of these groups, these group chats, sisterhood, Facebook groups, and all this stuff, Facebook pages. And it just becomes a competition. Even when we talk about, women, talking down, even something simple as women talking down on short men, the reason why it is that much of a big deal now than it was in the past, because the sisterhood deems it now. They just don't want to have the shortest man out of everybody in the friend group. Because if because a lot of women that are with dudes that may be quote unquote shorter, women like that usually have their own lives, and they're not really in a friend group per se or a sisterhood thing, whatever. If they have a boyfriend that might be deemed different than the most, right? Or if they have a boyfriend of a different race or something like that. So the sisterhood is a gang that they always have to end up adhering to. What ends up happening is later on, baby fever will hit the group. Happens to one, then it happens to the next. Now all of a sudden, everybody wants to get pregnant. And by the time baby fever hits, especially when you're talking about Caucasian women, it's hitting a lot of them too late. They think the gravy train lasts forever, but it ends up hitting them too late. And it always really begs the question: do women really? Did we overestimate their love for kids? And I think men have overestimated women's love for children. Because even in this sad state that this woman's in right there and the caller, it's not that they really genuinely are worried about missing out on children. They just don't want to be the one person in the group that doesn't have kids. It's all about the sisterhood. It's all about the gang. When I play that track, it sounds like the Brazzers intro. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know what that song was. Pyro said, Chris, did you know women are mad at men for not helping women give them CPR or press down on their chest because men feel uncomfortable? Oh yeah, I saw that article. It's like I think in Korea, if I'm not mistaken, where Men are afraid of giving women CPR because of possibly being filed for sexual harassment, and women are mad at this. And it's funny. It's funny when women are they'll be. It's funny when women are shocked when stuff like this happens. It's just funny to me. I don't know. I don't know why they be shocked. I don't know why, but like none of this should be shocking. Like none of this should be shocking. Oh man, it's crazy work. That's crazy work, man. Let me see something here quick. Okay. Let me see if I can see one more. Should I put in one more video on this? I don't know. I don't know if I should do this. Let me see. Woman supporting woman. Should I show the crazy video that I saw earlier today? Okay. Before I sign off, I do want to show one more video. I want to show one more video. And I'm not going to do much commentary on it. I just want you to see it. I just want you to see the nonsense, the delusion. I sent it to some of you guys earlier today, but via Instagram, but you got to take a listen to this. So here you have this girl, this single mammy here. She's saying, change your story and become Delulu. Change your baby daddy story and be delusional. Redirect your energy. I'm serious. No more being stuck. No more sad stories. Is only up from here. Let the right Delulu elevate you. This is for real. So right here is going to be a video of a single mom telling other single moms to lie on their baby daddy, to lie about the story about their baby father, to willingly become delusional. And no, this is not satire. No, this is not satire.
Change your story. I don't care how crazy it sounds to someone else. Change your story and be delusional to help yourself redirect your energy towards things that are going to bring you more pleasure in life. Got a baby daddy that you know is out of the picture and never coming back? You don't need to talk to anybody about that story and what he's not doing and how you can't get in touch and how he's inconsistent and blah, 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 blah. He was deported. He was deported. Got someone who's inconsistent and can't get their crap together and just all over the place? They were just released back into society from a mental hospital. So, just requires some patience. Outsource all the administrative stuff to a legal person. Don't deal with it. That's the story. Was in a mental hospital to get help with their mental health, just released back into society. A baby daddy that calls every now and then, but that's about it. He's in prison. Change your story. I don't care how crazy it sounds.
Now, when men say that women be lying on their baby daddy, for some reason we get called delusional and incels, right? And oh, just pay your child support. Why are you making excuses and all this stuff? And here you have a woman just encouraging other women, just lie. Just lie on your baby father. Just lie. It just make it normal to lie. I was like, I'm like, this got to be satire. This is crazy. And well, and here's the scary part. Look at the page. Look at what the page is called. Thriving Black Moms. Thriving Black Mothers, helping moms of color prioritize self-care with tips, encouragement, and relatable humor. Yeah, we're probably going to be seeing a lot from this page very soon. We're going to be seeing a lot from this page very soon. It's probably going to pop up on my algorithm. Yikes. So, like we already know, you'll have these girls.
Change your
They'll be on TikTok talking about Delulu is the Salulu, and you're just like, okay. you're just like, okay. By the way, that whole changing your baby daddy story, we already know women do that, but I texted my old work buddy, a friend of mine, and I told him, I'm like, a lot of the girls that we work with was doing that. You do know that, right? Talking about, oh yeah, my baby daddy's in prison. Meanwhile, the dude is working across the street. Oh, my baby daddy he threw a knife at me. There was even one person that went as far as to say that her baby father touched his own kids, if you know what I mean. She even went as far as to say that. And I just had to just let her talk because I didn't even want to say anything. But women will go as far as to lie about something like that. So, because it was funny to me when she mentioned that, because I was like, oh yeah, but I didn't want to tip my hand, and I'm like, oh, so where does he work at? 2 men in a truck. Okay, that's a real company, and I know about this, but oh yeah, they hire pedophile, they hire pedos, and I was like, and then I was like, oh, do you know how much he's making? And he's still, oh yeah, I'm not. Okay. Okay. You just kind of told me everything I needed to know. They will go as far, and on top of that, she said that he he still picks up his kids, but you're saying that you can't leave him alone with the kids. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? But that was all in my head. I was just like, I'm like, is she really gonna just keep going forward with that lie? But women will make up stories about their baby fathers. I'm talking about, I don't even want to put the names out there. And by the way, one of the biggest tells of a woman lying about their baby father, or a woman lying about her situation with her baby father, is if you have the partner of the single mom, whether it be the boyfriend of the single mom or the girlfriend of the single mom, she's trying to scam other dudes into giving that person money so she can take care of the single mom. That's one of the telltale signs. Oh, he's in prison right now. Oh, I've had there was, I remember this one woman. She said her baby dad died, and this dude is alive, and what, like they'll pull it. They'll pull it. They'll pull it. This is not just, oh, hood chicks is doing that. They'll pull it. They'll pull it. Man. Let me see something. Also, they talked about their behind. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Pyro says, oh, they be talking out their behind. Yeah. Women lie about their baby fathers all the time. So her making the video is just funny to me. Just put it, just putting the it's like the murder suspect, like it's like a murder suspect doing a dance video with, it's like a murder suspect doing like a TikTok challenge with the actual murder suspect weapon, with the actual gun. I always tell people you need to question women's story, particularly when it comes to their baby father. It's never and here's another telltale sign that they're lying to about their baby father. When they're describing an incident that occurred between them and the baby father, they're always insinuating on like they always talk. They're talking about, oh yeah, it was a sunny day. You ask them, okay, what happened with you and him? Oh, it was a sunny day, and we were at apartment 4B, and they were just doing construction on the building, and they start going in on other details outside of the actual incident. They're buying time to sell their story, and on top of that, they're saying about there's everything surrounding the quote unquote incident. They're going to describe it as truthfully as possible, but the actual incident, they're going to lie about it. But they're going to they're going to accentuate all the other details surrounding the incident. So they're going to talk about how the apartment was gray and it got scaffolding, and it's got all the carpenters was coming in and out of the space. Like, what does this have to do with the story? They're going to go in on that. So by the time she keeps describing that, so then you're going to go to the boyfriend and be like, oh, she said that you were in a gray building. The building wasn't gray. What are you talking about? That's when the dudes get caught up, because they're like, what are you talking about? A gray building? It wasn't no gray building. And then you'd be like, well, the building was gray. That's how the men get caught up, because women will accentuate all the other details surrounding the incident, but the actual incident themselves, they're like lying about it. Truth Hunter says you can also tell by certain neck movements, the voice, in certain eye movements. Well, that Truth Hunter, that means basically every BW is suspect. Every BW is suspect then. But I always say every woman, when they talking about their baby, I'm like, is there one woman that's gonna come out and say something positive about their baby father? But the ones that do is because he's still paying, or he's still sleeping with the baby father behind closed doors. Either one of the two. And when I say paying, that means like way beyond child support. I mean, that means that guy is still paying her car note, paying for another kid that's not even his. Because there's a lot of people that come into situations where they were the stepfather, and then they ended up having a kid with the woman, and then they'll break up with the woman. So he ends up being on the hook on child support for a kid that's his, and then another kid that's not his. And then he has, or like it'll be a dude dating a woman and he becomes a step grandfather. A lot of nonsense situations like that, South Holland said, I don't ever believe any woman's story. It's never the truth. Facts. So this is what we're dealing with, man. This is what we're dealing with. So right now it is 10:01. I went overtime. I went way overtime. Let's see this here. Thankfully, I don't do I have anything tonight? Nope, I don't have nothing tonight. No, I don't got nothing tonight. Yeah, I had my pickup yesterday. Oh yeah, since I have some time. That like South Holland, I don't know if you're still watching, but the reason why I don't go in on LeBron James is because most people that I come across when doing pickup sports, they act like LeBron James. They stack the teams. That's the only time they'll come in on time for the pickup games too. They make sure they look at who's on the court or whoever's on the pitch, and they stack their teams a certain way. And then when they're losing, you'll get the better of them. They'll be losing, and then they'll start calling penalties and fouls and all this types of nonsense. But then once you start talking ish, right, as a or if you start talking back to them and start calling them out and start actually being like Jordan, which who they swear they love, but once I start acting like Jordan or start carrying my team like Jordan, when I start being cutthroat and being cold-blooded on the pitch, then hey man, you they don't want to hear it. So I've been in situations 2 weeks in a row now where I was facing somebody where basically my teammates was scared of this dude because he was just, shit talking, but he was completely harmless. He was completely harmless. He was just talking shit. And we were still in the game. We were only down by 1 goal. I scored literally all the goals. But my teammates were like, they didn't want to they were like demoralized by the other guy talking. I don't know what it was. I'm like, dude, we're down by 1 goal. But like, as people swear they love Jordan, but and oh, LeBron James is a bitch and all this stuff, but most people be acting like LeBron. Stacked. I make sure if I'm in a situation, I make sure the teams are not unevenly stacked. I always, especially when it comes to soccer, because I know what I'm doing there. I make sure I'll be like, okay, you have like I would do pickups with like some relatives of mine, right? And I'll know 2 specific relatives that are good. I would let them play together, and then I make sure I'm not on their team to keep it fair. And then we'll make the teams with the random people at the park, whatever. And I make sure it's fair. But I come up in a time where everybody had their own team. That's how when I was playing club, I had my own team. I was the best player on my team. Yeah, I didn't think when I was coming into the club, I didn't think I was going to be the best player on my team, but it just ended up happening that way. Right? So I come in there, I end up being the most dangerous player on the team. I come in, I try to, lead, try to score, try to assist, try to do everything, right? Because defend everything, right? That's how I grew up. But now what I didn't realize what was happening is with these premier clubs, they would stack the deck. They would make sure when they were recruiting, they make sure everybody on the team was they basically would get all the best players in the state or in the region and put them in one team. And I'm saying the games would still be close. That's the funny thing. That's the thing when I talk about LeBron. The games will still be close. People act like it's impossible to beat a team like that. No, if you have a plan, you can still beat a team, a stacked team. All that stuff, I don't believe in all that. Oh, it's impossible. No, it's as long as everybody's doing their job, the games will be close, but people will be demoralized. But it's always funny to me though. It's always funny to me, right? So I was always put in a position where I'm the best player on the team, and then like I would be literally by myself on the team, and it'll be like, and really all I need is one other quality player on the team, and we can keep it close. That's all I need. Maybe one person up front with me that got my back. That's it. That can match my quality or my speed. Something. You know what I mean? That's all I needed. But what a lot of people do, they make sure they stack the deck. That's what they do. I'm talking about even in pickup, because you would think in pickup, you'd be like, okay, this is pickup. Let's make sure the teams are cool. These people will be in a pickup game, come in early to make sure their teams is stacked. And then when you're beating them, like I found a way to score. I did a goal out of no way, right? I made a way out of no way. And it was against a stacked team. We up 1-0. It's only like about 2 minutes left till they have to come off the pitch, right? It's whoever scores. It's a 10-minute match. Everybody rotates. The winner stays on, right? Whoever scores 2 goals first, though, they win, and then it's the next match, right? My team was trash, right? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I'll be like fine. I'm like fine because I already knew I was going to end up on a trash team because I didn't come in. I'm not going to say I didn't come in on time, but I don't know. I don't have personal relationships with any of the people that's part of this indoor group. I don't have personal relationships with them, so I don't be going, hey, can I be on your team? I don't be doing shit like that. I didn't grow up that way. I didn't grow up that way. You know, I grew up. Look, whatever you got, you make the most of what you got. Whatever team you on, and if you that dude, you can make it happen. So I was on the team. A lot of these guys couldn't play. We still kept it close. It was 0-0 the whole time. We had this one fat dude on our team, right? Who they kept trying to target. And they were getting by him easily, but they still weren't, the guys weren't that good. Right? So I picked up the ball midfield, found a way to score out of no way, make it 1-0. 5 minutes left. We were still on our back foot. These guys started crying about fouls, dog. And I was like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Then at the end, the one guy who kept targeting the one fat kid, because I had to end up covering for him, even though I was playing forward, the guy was playing right back. I had to cover for him because he kept getting roasted. I win the ball. I bumped him a little bit. I'll give him, and me, if you call a foul, I'll give it to you. As long as we're not doing penalties, it'll be a free kick. I'll give it to you. But we don't do penalties. That's how I thought we were doing things. But the organizer, he stops it. Oh yeah, this is a penalty. I was like, we're doing penalties now? Meanwhile, this guy's on a stacked team. I was laughing. I'm like, and I asked the organizer, I'm like, so this is the first day? I'm like, I've never seen no penalties called here. Like, you calling penalties here? He's like, look, we started doing penalties now. I'm like, bro, what are we doing? We doing penalties? Okay, like now? And here's the funny thing is, later on in the matches with this stack team, these guys got overzealous with me, right? Because I gave away a foul, and I was pretty unapologetic about it. I was like, why are we doing penalties? We don't do that. But I was like, you know what, whatever, fine. And I get fouled too, a lot. I usually get fouled, pushed, and all this stuff. I don't cry about it. Now, one of the guys got really overzealous. He almost hurt himself trying to foul me. So there was one play, I shielded him off the ball, stole it, just shielded him off. He got overzealous. He tried to pull me. I stayed on my feet. He tried to tackle me. He missed, kicks the back of my leg, falls, lands wrong on his shoulder. And he got mad. He was looking at me. I'm like, bro, you tried to foul me and you ended up hurting yourself. Right? But this is the kind of whole stuff that happens when you're playing with these people. They like to stack the teams, and then when they face a little bit of resistance, I'm talking about a little bit of resistance, they start crying and asking for fouls and stuff. Same thing with basketball. I done been on courts where obviously basketball is not my sport, so I just do whatever the captain tells me what to do when it comes to basketball, right? Same thing. It'll be a dude or a girl trying to come on the court, stacking the teams. And then once they face a little bit of resistance, when the games are closed, they start calling fouls and stuff. Now, when it comes back, now bring it back to soccer. I don't call fouls for me. I challenge myself. That's what I do. I don't even call fouls. I barely even drink water when I get on the pitch. I challenge myself. It's actually if you can ask my relatives, because I done played with them, with other random people at the park. You can ask my relatives. You can ask the people that I grew up playing with. I don't call fouls for myself. I challenge myself. That's what I do. Because I know in the real games, and for the real games for me, especially if you're like a black dude playing, if you're a black dude playing hockey, lacrosse, soccer, one of these sports in America, you're not going to get foul calls. So you need to understand that off rip. So I don't even I'm already used to it. So I don't even call fouls for myself. It has to be the other team that calls it. That's what I do. And a lot of the times, if you stay on your feet, you can actually create an opportunity yourself. That's how I scored the first goal. You actually could take advantage of that. But most people, they're too soft for that. That's why, for me, like when I do that, or when I play pickup, I already know when my team about to win, because it'll be like, all I need is like one other decent player on the team. Just one. I was playing pickup in New York City the other day, just because I just took a trip to New York City. I was just like, why not? Let me do some pickup. It was just one other dude on the team, this black dude. That's all I needed. The rest of the team, nothing. But because both of us was on the same team, we killed it. That's all it took. Just one other player. Just one other player. So the next time I see him, we can't play on the same team, because he was playing in the back. He was playing defense, but he, like, the way he could read the game was crazy. Like, he wasn't like this like insane player, but the way he reads the game is like it's exactly the type of player that I can play well with, right? Most of the time I just stay up front. For the most part, sometimes I delude myself in trying to play more central mid, but that's because I want to get more of the ball. But I've tried to discipline myself to stay more up front. So just to stay in my lane, just stay up front and just do what I do up front, hold the ball, try to score, and try to assist, and don't be a ball hog. That's what I try to do, right? But most situations, especially even in pickup, they're gonna always they're always gonna try to make sure they stack the teams a certain way, right? This is the modern era. Most of these dudes, they all of them are LeBron James. That's why I don't OD go off on LeBron, because a lot of the people that do go off on LeBron, they don't practice it in real life, right? Yep, Truth Hunters. He said quite a few players can't even go through a full season without loading. This is why they're always shocked where when American players, they'll get in trouble with these teams overseas when they play in the Olympics or FIBA. I'm like, guys, these guys are mentally, the players overseas, they're mentally tougher because they're not used to being on a stacked deck. Most of your favorite athletes that we call the GOATs or we call great, specifically when we talking about guys like Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, I understand. But guys like Peyton, these guys been playing with a stacked deck literally their whole career. But we call them the greatest, right? But they've been playing with a stacked deck literally since high school, since middle school, college. I think people need to look at like the players that Peyton Manning was playing with coming in to the NFL. Oh, shout out right here. Shout out. Oh, yeah, South Holland said a lot of people who stack teams at pickups never played at a high level. Facts. South Holland also says, I've seen pros and semi-pro take teams where almost everyone was bad and still win pickup. Yeah. People they'll stack the teams and and I'll see it too. I'm like, oh yeah, you stacking the teams. And they'll still lose. and come up with excuses. I'm like, you guys purposely stacked the team. He's like, you wasn't even trying to make it fair, and you lose, or they'll still lose, and they won't get off the field. That's the funniest thing to me. I went to a situation because like it was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I wasn't even playing soccer. I thought I couldn't play anymore. Like I hadn't played soccer since college. I went like 4 or 5 years without playing. I shit you not. I went like 4 or 5 years without playing because I thought I couldn't play anymore because of my hernia. I thought, oh, I'm done. So I remember coming back in 2021, and I was rusty. But I still made a way out of no way, right? Me and my brother, we go to the spot. You had these Hispanic kids. You know, it's supposed to be pickup. You're really supposed to be mixing up the teams, but it is what it is. They stack the team. Me and my brother, we come on. We go on this random team. We don't know each other. We were finally the team that knocked the team off, and the team that we were facing had this really good player on there. So when it was time for that team to leave the pitch, that quote unquote best player on that team that lost, he stayed on the pitch. So he has it set up where whatever team, because there was another team full of Hispanic people on there, he stayed on. And I was like, wait a minute, he gets to stay on the whole time where everybody else, we gotta wait. What kind of whole ass shit you got where we gotta work to stay on the pitch, and you get to stay on the whole time. And not only you're one of the better players, you're on a stacked team. I was like, what kind of whole ass shit is that? Where we gotta wait and you get to play the whole time. I was like, nah, I was like, man, I can't do that. I remember I pointed that out. Nobody wanted to say nothing. I was like, oh, okay, this is what we doing. That's wild. Dude, I will forgive a person for being dirty. Meaning, I've seen dudes that like aggressive, slide tackling on you, pushing you. I will forgive that. Believe it or not. And I'm one of the weaker players, mind you. I'm not like some strong player like that. I'm 5'7", 145 on a good day. I will forgive that easier than stuff like that, where you parade yourself like you're this good player. You lose, and you don't leave the pitch. Homie, your team lost, you off. But a lot of people be acting like that. That's why I don't kill LeBron James, because I be seeing people do whole shit like this all the time. Because I grew up with real competitors, and like seeing real competitors. Like I would see basketball teams. It would be like a city, right? You'll have a city tournament back in the day, and every good player would have their own team. At most, you would have maybe a duo here, but most, and the duo will be star point guard, star center, something like that, right? And they're both playing two different positions, to where it's like, well, one is like one guy is 6'5" and one guy is 5'8", so so that's different. But that's how you would see city tournaments, whatever, in basketball or whatever that may be, and you would have every star player would have their own team. Or even in the NBA used to be very diverse. It used to be a very diverse. Every team that ended up becoming a super team is because they were a super team through the draft. But you know that whole thing where you stacking the deck, but it's not just stacking the deck. You will beat this team, or you're beating this team, then they'll start calling fouls. Then they'll start doing all this nonsense. then they'll start asking for special favors. Or they'll try to make it a way where they don't leave the field and stuff like that. And I'm like, you already stacked it. You did everything in your power to make sure you're playing with a stacked deck, and you lose, and you still don't leave. Nah, man. that's just dishonor to me. That's just dishonorable. I'm like, where is the honor in that? Yo, South Holland said when they start changing the rules, I'd be like, don't invite me back. They get upset. Like, they don't be like that, man. Like, yeah, facts. And I don't know. I'd be playing with people like that. They be changing the rules, and I'll just be like, you know what, whatever. We'll find a way to win anyways. I'll be like, we'll find a way. Don't worry, we'll find a way. But I want to put but that whole thing when they be stacking the deck, but then they lose, and then you complaining that you lost. I'm like, bro, you already playing with an advantage. If you playing with the advantage, you're playing with a stacked deck, and you're crying about stuff that is very avoidable. I mean, bruh. Or they'll play with a stacked deck, and then they don't want to give other players a chance. Like, I remember over the summer, there was these young kids that was trying to play. I told one of the kids, oh yeah, you can I'm not gonna play this one. You can take my spot. No, Chris, you gotta play. I don't want them to play. I'm like, who are you to say that? And it was one of the players that was saying, oh, Chris, why don't you know you need to stay? I don't want to play with these young kids. But I'm like, you're not that good either. Why don't give me a rest? Let one of the younger kids play. They're at right now they're trying to stay fit for their soccer tryouts. Right? And the funny thing is, I'll say this with pickup. I believe especially when it comes to pickup, it really separates the quality. It separates. Like, it ends up eventually you see who the quality players are via especially when it comes to small sided games. The quality players will stand out eventually. Even if we're like, I remember, like, I'll be like, yo, we're playing with way too much people. This is 14 versus 14. What's going on? It's still not a problem for me, but I'll be like, maybe we should split it up. But I still find a way to make an impact, but it's only a problem. Like, I find out it's only a problem once they start losing like 0-4, and they're like, oh man, okay, let's split up the teams. I'm like, are you only splitting up the teams because you're losing 0-4? Because really all it only takes is like 2 counterattacks, and okay, you're down by 2. But then they want to quit and they want to start the game all over again. They want to reset the score and all this stuff. You know what I mean? That's why there's only a couple of groups that I like going to, where I'm like, okay, I don't mind going to this group, even if I lose. I don't mind going to this group because they don't trip over certain stuff. But even then, South Holland recently, apparently there's this one group that I like going to play with, and apparently one of the times that I wasn't there, a gun was pulled. And I was like, what? I'm like, this is supposed to be for fitness, for fun. But these guys, they be like practicing, like they really think they're going to be scouted for like a semi-pro team or something, or a pro team. Even though I've had people ask me to do it, but I don't I don't want to do that. First of all, I just don't have the time. Second of all, I just started realizing I can play again. I mean, I'm talking about 2020, the year 2023. If you ask me in 2021, I'll be like, I don't think I can even play anymore. It took me playing a couple of public runs in 2023 for me to be like, oh, I still have some stuff. I still got some gas left in the tank. Let me not waste no more time, because I spent like 5 years thinking I can't even play no more. So yeah. So Truth Hunter said it's funny when the stack teams, they don't complement each other's strength and skills. Yeah, they stack the deck and they don't even realize a lot of them expose themselves. Especially, you know what's funny to like I always say, you know, a lot of how do I say this nicely? You know how on my channel I get on the Americans, right? Them not playing that well, how we don't have we don't play that well. The funny thing is Mexicans will make fun of Americans for not playing soccer that well, but Mexicans are not that much better. No disrespect to the Mexican community, but the Mexicans are not that much better. And with the Mexicans, their primary sport is soccer. That's their primary sport, and they're still not that good. So it's funny, like I will see like Americans and Mexicans, they'll be going at each other at the comment section. America's better. No, Mexico's better. I'm like, both of y'all are not that good. Just keeping it a buck. No disrespect. Both of y'all are not that good. But yeah, I'll say this, a lot of Mexican players, they get away with a lot of nonsense when they're playing. When I'm playing with them or they're playing, they do a lot of nonsense on the field that they don't get called out for. So I'm talking about it's wild. It's wild. They do like they'll over dribble on some of them. They'll be doing stuff. They think they're Messi, or Ronaldo. They'll start trying to do all this dribbling and all this. I'm like, yo, like this other kid I was playing with the other night, and I'm like, bro, this dude almost hurt himself. I'm like, you know, you could have like avoided all of that if you'd have just passed it like 5 seconds prior, you know. And oh yeah, also when you're playing with Mexicans, or if you're playing with people from Central America, if you start outshining them, if you start outskilling them, that's when the how do I say it? The dirty party tricks start coming out, right? Same thing with English and European players that come to America to play as well. That's true to a lesser extent, but I'm gonna focus on the Central American and Mexican players. That's when they start doing the weird tricks, you know, trying to gain cheap free kicks, diving, you know, the usual stuff. Start throwing the ball off you to get it back again. All the nonsense. You're just like, oh, okay, man. Enough. Enough. I'll say like the worst players to play against when it comes to just in general are Portuguese players. And I'm talking about European. I'm not talking about no Brazilians. I'm talking about Portuguese players from Portugal, or sorry, with Portuguese descent. Portuguese players and Uruguayans or Chileans. Those three groups of players, those are the worst people to play against, because they're going to do whatever it takes to win. But when I say whatever it takes to win, I'm talking about even if it's dirty, even if it's like trying to pull your pants down, if it's calling you a certain bad word and all this stuff, like they'll do whatever it takes. But anyway, that's enough. That's enough for today. That's enough for today. That was me on my rant. But like I said, a lot of people operate like LeBron James, even though, and I try to operate like Michael Jordan. But when it seems like when I operate as Michael Jordan, or I have that same attitude, I try to display that. Or like I showed you the example earlier, the guy that they were intimidated by that was like 5'3", 5'4", the black dude. They were intimidated by him. That was talking junk, even though he was harmless. It's clear that people are not ready for Jordan mentality or Mamba mentality, whatever they want to call it. They're not ready for that. They're not. As soon as I start raising my voice, then it's always a problem. I've noticed that throughout my whole playing career. So that's why when people say, oh, LeBron is soft, well, we got to bring it back to what it was in the 90s and all that. I'm like, you guys are not ready for that. You're not. Dude, I remember like being a freshman in varsity. Those seniors would yell at me, dog. Straight up be yelling, screaming at me if I didn't do like one thing right. I'm talking about I could have done 100 things right, do the one thing wrong. It got people talking on me. So that whole stuff is like they're not ready for that. They're not. And meanwhile, if people that knew me growing up, to coach me is not like, I don't really respond well to necessarily yelling. All you got to do is tell me what I'm doing wrong, and I'll be like, all right, thank you, I'll fix it. Right? But I didn't even get a chance to be like, hey, I'm sensitive to this kind of stuff. I didn't even get a chance to even explain that. They would just yell, right? Truth Hunter said they want a Brooklyn Nets Durant team era where MG era Bulls team with Rod Pip is more proven and sturdy. And not only that, they built their team the right way. And then on top of that, you need to have a coach that knows what he's doing. Because a lot of the stuff with these stacked teams, what they always are missing is always a coach. And that ends up biting them in the neck, right? Because I always say a good coach, even if he's with a bad team, can make it. I'm talking about good coaching always makes the difference, man. Coaching always makes. I'm a big advocate on that, because most American soccer coaches are not good coaches, including the British ones. Right? So the two best coaches I've had were, I will say, but the one coach I'm about to mention, I only had him for 2 or 3 months. But if I was playing under him, pause, I'd have been great for him, pause, because he was very chill. His instructions were very, very simple, and he gave me a lot of freedom to where I could play. Right? He always put me in the best position where I could be creative. Right? So I might just discard him, but I would say my best coach was outside of my dad, right? Is the coach I had in 7th grade, who gave me a lot of freedom, and he understood that yelling at me doesn't really work. So he changed his approach really quickly. Him, and I will say, I think both of my coaches, because I was on 2 teams that year. So I had him for 1 year too as well. Yeah, it looks like a lot of those 1-year coaches I was cool with. But yeah, two of those coaches, they were cool. He gave me I had another 7th grade coach, because I was on 2 teams when I was in 7th grade. So both of those coaches, they gave me the freedom to play where I wanted to for the first time in my playing career. They literally put down, it was like, where do you want to play? And I was like, oh, let me try this. And it worked. I didn't know it was going to work, but it just worked. And that was just the first time somebody said, hey, where do you want to play? Because up until 7th grade, I always played wherever the coach wanted me to play. So yeah, both my 7th grade coaches, they were cool with that. Let me see. And then I will say the coach I had for my club team gave me a lot of freedom as well later on in high school. But I will say, yeah, my high school coaches were terrible. My high school coaches were terrible. Yeah, they gave me the opportunity to play varsity as freshman, but still, I got to keep it a buck. I got to keep it a buck. They weren't really. What ends up happening in high school, they put you in positions where you're not really supposed to be. But it is what it is. That's high school soccer for you. High school soccer is terrible. Anyway. Yeah, I had some decent coaches, but I always say the British coaches were the worst. They were the worst. They were not as polished or as good as advertised. The British coaches are very overrated. That's why I always say, like, really, the key to this is not importing British coaches, is not importing English players, is not importing Mexican players. We have what we need in America. Our country is diverse enough. We already one state is diverse enough. We have enough people from different backgrounds to make what we need to do in terms of soccer. But that's just my opinion on that. But anyways, that's it for tonight. Thank you for tuning in. I will be covering a very controversial stream very soon. I don't know when, but very, 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 very soon. We'll see. We'll see if I pull it. We'll see if I pull it. It's just a matter of when, but it's going to be a very interesting / controversial type stream. I think. Me thinks. But man, thank you guys for tuning in so far. Thank you for anybody that contributed. Oh yeah, Garrett Gray for the $10. Thank you, man. Everybody in the War Band, thank you. Truth Hunter, Pyro, you already know. South Holland, thank you. Rocky, man, thank you guys for being with me on this, man. Lorette, if you're listening. Trevor, if you're listening, thank you, man. South Holland, I think I said. But man, thank you guys, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. And just to let you know, I have one strike on my channel. Pyro, thank you, man. I have one strike on my channel just for saying incels are not the problem. They flagged it as hate speech. So, oh yeah, also, congratulations on the election. I thought Kamala was gonna win. I thought Kamala was gonna win because my logic was I was like, how did she even get the numbers that she's getting in the first place? Because everybody I know, they don't approve of her. Nobody really approves of her. But that was my logic. But thank you God I was wrong on that. But just enjoy the victory for today, but prepare for a counterattack. But still, congratulations on the election. Thank you guys, and I will be. I don't know if I'm gonna live stream. I can't say I'll live stream tomorrow. I'll be lying to you if I said that. But I will try to live stream very soon. Hopefully Friday. Right? But man, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you, man. And good luck.